All right, so we got D'Angelo Wallace talking about Blake Lively, talking about the situation that's going on right now that all stems from this new movie starring Blake Lively called It Ends With Us, which is a movie about a very serious topic. Topic being domestic violas, all right? They're words that YouTube doesn't want me to say, but we're going to get into it and you're going to see what I mean, right? And there's a question about the promotion of this movie not really corresponding with the seriousness of the topic, right? That's where we're starting. So yeah, let's let D'Angelo Wallace take it away.
If I had to sum up this entire video in a word, it would be tone deaf. Though this is one of those stories where I feel like many different words could fit, none of which are good. A lot of stories that go viral online lend themselves to deep dives, but I think this one in particular is so convoluted. I'm here to provide the opposite, a crash course in the Blake Lively It Ends With Us fiasco. Blake Lively is the lead actress of the biggest drama film of the year.
So does this make sense? We're starting with a crash course, right? We'll try to do a little bit of a deep dive into this depending on how interesting this is to people. But it's one of these topics that I feel like it's on everybody's timeline and not everybody knows what it's about or why it's important or what's even going on or even remembers who Blake Lively is. Because remember, like I said, she was more popular in the aughts and in the teens, in the 2000 teens. This is
But her behavior has been so chaotic, it has completely eclipsed the movie itself. But first, welcome, my name is D'Angelo, and I am your professor of trans-dimensional ecology, which is a very real degree that I definitely do have. Or maybe I'm just broadcasting myself talking in my room like YouTube used to be. And in today's
hey, just like YouTube used to be.
lecture, we'll break down how the press tour for Blake Lively's movie turned into a controversy fest, which caused a bunch of her problematic past behavior to resurface. So she's getting called out for what she did in the past, and she's getting called out for what she's doing now, and it's like a controversy-ception. People online have been circulating the story for a while now, so you may have seen it, but one of Blake's co-stars came out and said, actually, everyone's just vilifying her. So what is the real story here, and does Blake Lively actually deserve all of this backlash she's getting? I say it's time to find out.
And chat, I promise you, this is not just an excuse for me to watch a D'Angelo Wallace video with you.
Answer is yes. So the backstory of this one is actually pretty simple. In 2016, author Colleen Hoover put out a book called It Ends With Us. Now, this book was by no means an overnight success, but by the 2020s, it started picking up steam on TikTok. And book talk should not be underestimated, because this then 6-year-old book became the best-selling novel of 2022. In fact, Colleen had a bit of a moment, because Publishers Weekly tells us that of the 25 books on the list,
did she play Mary Poppins? Is that true?
8 were Hoover titles. That's obviously impressive in and of itself, but what's even more remarkable is that the same thing happened the next year. It Ends With Us was once again the most popular book of 2023, but this time it actually had some competition because it was almost beaten by It Starts With Us, which is a sequel to It Ends With Us. So having reached a point where her only real competition was herself, it's safe to say Colleen Hoover became one of the most talked about authors in recent memory.
Yeah, that's like an author Ouroboros.
It's classified as a romance novel, but it's
Colleen Hoover kind of returning to the origins.
definitely not all romantic, as domestic violence, emotional abuse, and even attempted rape are themes in this book. And a serious book.
Yeah, so that's the point of controversy, right? That's where it all stems from. Is like, how do you promote a movie from a book like this, right? And the answer would be maybe very seriously.
Calls for a serious movie, and it was announced that
very sensitively.
It Ends With Us would be getting a film adaptation. And in 2023, Blake Lively was announced as the lead actress. She'd be playing the main character Lily Bloom, who is a florist and falls in love with Ryle Kincaid. And Ryle, played by the director Justin.
So chat, you're gonna notice, all right, these names, okay, I haven't read this book, so I don't want to make have an opinion on something that I haven't seen, I haven't read yet. Right, but his name is Ryle, and as you're gonna find out, he's subject to anger, right? And I feel like her name is like very, evocative of a florist. As I'm trying to remember what the character that Blake Lively plays is, but it's like a Anyway, you're just pay attention to the names. Pay attention to the names. The names they're a little too on the nose. I don't know, for my taste.
Baldoni turns out to be incredibly abusive. As you can see, it's a pretty heavy story. So when the press tour started earlier this year and the posters and the promotional material were released, you can imagine that people thought it would all be a pretty somber affair. We love, we break, we pick up the pieces, we break the pattern or the pattern breaks us. And so all of this explains why people were a bit confused that Blake Lively kind of made the movie sound like it was just going to be a fun girls' night to watch with your friends.
Hello, Blake.
Well, yeah, and the fact of what she's done in the past, right?
Here. Colleen Hoover. And It Ends With Us is in theaters now, so grab your friends, wear your florals, and head out to see it.
Grab your friends, wear your florals, and come watch a movie where a woman suffers through domestic abuse. This was obviously a bit of a tone mismatch, but Blake was going to continue to mismatch the tone for the duration of this press tour.
So if someone understands the themes of this movie, comes across you in public, and they want to really talk to you, what's the best way for them to be able to talk to you about this? How would you recommend they go about it?
Like asking for like my address or my phone number or like my location share. Or I could just location share you and then we could
I'm not really sure why she thought sarcasm was the avenue.
Thank you, Bloodstone. Yeah, Lily Bloom. Thank you for reminding me. I couldn't remember, but yeah. It's a very, and look, that doesn't make a book, bad necessarily. Like in and of itself, it sounds a little silly, and especially for subject matter as serious as this. But it's not really, the issue isn't with Colleen Hoover, as you're going to see. The issue is actually with Blake Lively.
There, but it turns out nobody else was either, because that clip wound up going viral. Her co-star's face when she launches into her sarcastic tirade is just absolutely priceless. 2.4 million views here, 7.2 million views here, and thousands of people who were very confused by her response. It was such a valid question. Someone may connect to the character and imagine her reacting like this. She's making a joke of this. But to be fair, it's possible those people did not see the second part of Blake's answer, which was not included in those viral TikToks, because she at least had the decency to follow up her weird snippy response with like a genuine answer.
for anyone, if anyone ever comes up to you and says that your work meant something to them outside of just having that collective experience in a theater, what a blessing. Like what, the fact that we get to do this and it gets to mean something is like, yeah, is really significant.
And so here's the thing, if that was the extent of this controversy, I genuinely believe Blake would have just been able to come out and say, you know what, actually there was a second half, but regardless, my answer was off base a little bit. And this would have been a really good time to hammer home the fact that she is taking this seriously, since this story contains such serious themes. But it turns out that would just be one of the disastrous promo moments for this movie. Promo moments is a bit of a mouthful.
Yeah, it's a promo momo.
Promo moment. It's like the past tense of edit. Like I took the promo moment and edited it. English is like not a real language.
How compatible are our zodiac signs? I'm a Virgo. What are you?
I'm a Libra.
Sagittarius. Ooh, yeah.
Like of all times to just sit around and laugh about your zodiac signs.
I'm an Aries.
I understand why people were thrown off by this. I truly do. Why did this press tour have less to say about domestic violence than it did about which shoes Blake Lively was wearing in the movie?
The boots were mine. There's these great Louboutins that are also a close-up on them when we're dancing in the bar. Those are mine.
Breaking down which designer clothing items the character's wearing.
Now, look, I mean, I haven't looked very far down this rabbit hole. I'll be totally honest with you. I'm learning along with you on a lot of this stuff, right? But right away, I'm wondering if it's possible that Blake Lively, like, this is a subject that is not easy to deal with. Like, if I started talking about, a very emotional subject that hit close to home for me, I might be in danger of crying on stream, which I've done before, and it's not the worst thing in the world that can happen. But yeah, I do try to avoid. It's not easy to deal with something like that, right? So I that's the first thing that crosses my mind, right? In wanting to find an explanation that makes sense of why is she treating the promotion of this movie like this, possible explanation that doesn't include, just like completely blaming her. Maybe this is difficult for her to talk about.
belong to you could be seen as like a fun little movie detail, but certain people were starting to get the impression that all of this was kind of just like a fun girls' night to Blake. This is so tone deaf on a story about a woman that experiences domestic violence. I'm so sick of her press talking about how she wore all her fancy clothing for the film. What a fun movie about beautiful clothes, which I really like this one because it highlights.
So I'm guessing there's also people that have read the book, they're waiting for the movie to come out, and when they see the promotion, they're like, what the fuck?
How completely out of place this is. The top comment is my favorite though, which says me, my, me. And I too was kind of getting the vibe that Blake Lively wasn't just making this press tour like a fun girls' night. She was kind of making the press tour about herself. She was giving off that vibe.
Okay, so now there's the other explanation, right?
At least, though nobody could say for sure. That is, until she launched a new line of hair care products in the middle of the tour. Blake Lively's hair care line is finally here after 7 years in the making. Debuting this during a domestic violence film is crazy. And so you may be thinking, what if the timing was...
Okay, like, being 100 with you, I was afraid they were gonna say that it was like a floral themed, like, hair care line, right? And that there was going to be some actual tie-in with the movie. It doesn't sound like there was that, but yeah, this is bad timing to say the least.
It's just some sort of unfortunate coincidence. Even though I promise you, when it comes to marketing, there are no coincidences. But even if that was the case, that doesn't really explain why she then used the film to promote her alcohol brand. So Blake owns this alcohol company called Booze, and they hosted this pop-up shop.
I mean, it's a good name.
Filled with like flowers to...
Oh, there we go. There we go. This is what I was afraid of, right? You tie in the themes of the movie with the promotion of the products. That's just no. That's no.
Tie into her florist character. It was very clearly It Ends With Us themed, and it was launched in honor of the movie's opening weekend, but she just had to go a step further with it because Betty Booze threw an after party for the premiere, and one of the drinks they served was called Rile You Wait.
No! Oh no! Oh hell no! Oh no! Chat, you look, D'Angelo hasn't described the plot, right? But you saw that Ryle was the, was the other main character in the book and in the movie, and Ryle is not a positive character. You remember the subject, the touchy subject that gets talked about in this movie, right? Ryle is the person doing that.
Ryle, of course, being the domestic abuser.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much where people just stopped giving her any kind of benefit of the doubt for the most part. And you can count me among those people because, seriously, naming a drink after a domestic abuser, if that is not the...
That sounds like a, oh my god, chat. I don't even want to say. This is like an idea in a writing room that probably gets thrown out, right? This is like the Bob Burgers pitch meeting, right? And sometimes Bob Burgers, though, they don't pitch out the like, have you ever seen the first episode of Bob's Burgers and you know what they call the special? You know what I'm saying. There's some stuff that maybe should have gotten tossed out of the script that did not get tossed out of the script.
Clearest indication that you do not take the themes in this movie seriously at all, I don't know what is. Blake Lively's out here laughing about it, trying to profit off of it, being rude when asked about people who might relate to the serious themes. Any one of those things by itself is obviously annoying, but when you put them all together, she just doesn't really seem great. Sorry, Blake Lively, using a movie about domestic violence to sell stuff is not a good look. As an aside, this article also points out that apparently in 2023, they tried to release an official It Ends With Us coloring book, which both Colleen Hoover and her publisher had to release statements apologizing for and backtracking. We developed this book to be uplifting and empowering. The book was developed with Lily's strength in mind, says Colleen Hoover. But
So chat, if your mind works like my mind, right now you're wondering, okay, you've got a mismatch between the topic of the book, the topic of the movie, the subject matter of the movie, and the promotion of the movie by the particularly the lead actress. I'm starting to wonder, like, how did the author react to this? How you know
what? though this is the bare minimum, at the very least, she did apologize. Actually, she kind of didn't, but she did say it was tone deaf and she hears people and she agrees with them, no excuses. Thank you for the respectful discourse and accountability. It's definitely a lot better than Blake, who gave us absolutely no response to anybody who called her out so far. But I guess she wanted to quell the discourse a little bit because after the film was released, suddenly she had a lot of very somber things to say about the issues at hand. She posted statistics about intimate partner violence. She said everyone deserves relationships free from domestic violence. And she provides links and resources, which of course disappeared in 24 hours because she posted it on her Instagram story. And needless to say, people kind of found this behavior to be too little, too late. And it turns out when you are on a crusade to squander every little bit of goodwill you have, it backfires very quickly. Because as people were Googling Blake Lively, her name was blowing up, they were trying to find all her interviews, certain people started going back a little earlier than the It Ends With Us press tour. And let's just say they found a lot. So we're just...
Okay, so I'm going to be really careful with this, right? There is, like I said, I gave some trigger warnings, like racism, transphobia. Like there's a lot going on here, let's just say. And so I want to be really careful as far as what I show on screen, because although D'Angelo Wallace is careful not to, you know, is like editing the sounds, the words. What am I trying to say? Although the words get edited out, right? So we've got this screen and we've got this screen, right? And when I'm afraid that something that is like that I can't show on Twitch particularly might come up, I'm gonna switch screens just so you know what I'm doing, right? Because they go over, they don't say the words, but they show the words, right? And Twitch is very sensitive about that.
Just gonna go over like the biggest moments that people really latched onto, but just know there's a lot there. There was her generous use of a transphobic slur.
Okay, there we go.
I feel like a T-slur a lot of the time. I don't know, I'm large. They put me in 6-inch heels and I tower over every man, she said. And yes, it may have been 2009, but to all the people who are just ready to jump in and say it was a different time, and there were a lot of people saying, yo, this was a different time. Please remember that marginalized people have been speaking out against slurs for almost as long as they've been used. Apparently she used...
So, I mean, we see that it's not the use in an overly pejorative sense, right? It's not being used for transphobia. It's just being used as a word to reference trans people. And it's a word that trans people don't like to be referenced with, right? So she's trying to, I guess, relate. And doing just a really bad job of relating.
Use the word again in 2012.
The video will stop for you. That's what I tried to explain, okay? Now understand, like D'Angelo Wallace said the T-slur, right? But on the video, it shows the actual word, right? So I got to be really careful to keep that off of the screen. So I'm going to try to do that to make sure that we're not... Yeah. No, you're going to see this pause. Okay, chat, being really clear with you. What I was just explaining is that we've got the live video itself, and then we've got this screenshot, this pause. It would be the thumbnail if I could make it be the thumbnail. But unfortunately, I've got to just like pause it here. Like I got to show you this instead, right? I can't show you the word.
I hope to have a few girls one day. If not girls, they'd better be slur, because I have
the T-slur. If they're not girls, they better be the T-slur, is what she said. So I'm putting it on this. It's going to look like it's paused, but it's only paused because it shows the quote, and the quote is unredacted. All right. And even though YouTube is fine with that, fine actually with somebody straight up saying the word that it's being described, Twitch is not fine with any of that. So I gotta keep it off the screen.
Some amazing shoes and bags and stories that need to be appreciated. And it's like, all right, Blake, I do get the point that you're making, but come on. And you can find discourse about people arguing that these words were not okay in 2012. It was a different time doesn't really mean anything to me, because just because you very loudly heard the people with a platform using this language, and you did not hear the self-described black trans women speaking truth to power calling this behavior out doesn't mean that this behavior was okay. It only means there were no repercussions because the people who were targets of these slurs did not have a platform equal to the people using them. For every Blake Lively, I promise you there was a blogspot.com/transgrio. Shout out this person, very much ahead of her time. That being said, I'm obviously not arguing that Blake's behavior at the time was uncommon by any means, but what was maybe a little less common was her and her husband's decision to get married at a plantation, right?
Okay, so here we go. Now, hopefully there's no, I don't know. Let's see what the, all right. Like, I don't know how racist this is going to get, right? What we saw at the time was a wedding venue on Pinterest, says Reynolds. What we saw after was a place built upon devastating tragedy. Well, that's the thing. That aesthetic that you saw on Pinterest comes from that devastating tragedy.
Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively apologized for Plantation wedding. So that's another fun Blake Lively moment that popped up. Blake and Ryan obviously would share the blame for this one equally. For those who maybe don't know the connotations, here in the United States, plantations are 100% evocative of slavery, to the point where like businesses and companies with plantation in their name will change them to something else.
Oh my God, Planter Ray. That's...
There's been like a decades-long uprooting process of all the plantation energy because obviously its roots are just kind of awful. Or at least I thought they were awful. But according to Ryan Reynolds, it was just an aesthetic that he saw on Pinterest. What we saw at the time was a wedding venue on Pinterest. What we saw after was a place built upon devastating tragedy. Funny how you...
I just don't understand the disconnect, right? I just don't understand the disconnect. Yeah, there's an aesthetic there. Yeah, that is a historical aesthetic, I suppose, but it's obviously going to be connected with slavery. It's like, I don't see how you thought that you were getting, like, I don't know, like antebellum, like, right? Like there was a singer named Lady Antebellum who changed her name. Oh my God, I can't remember. There's this whole story about this, right? But I mean, these are concepts that connect directly with slavery.
Missed the tragedy when the plantation apparently features 9 slave cabins referred to as Slave Street. He and Blake put out a joint statement saying there is shame that in the past they've allowed themselves to be uninformed about how deeply rooted systemic racism is. And you know, deeply rooted systemic racism is one thing, but I just feel like Slave Street is a little bit more external than this apology lets on. But they apologized, they donated $200,000, and I guess it is what it is. Though I still do occasionally see people refer to Blake Lively as Plantation Barbie, which I won't lie is pretty funny. But of the slurs and the slavery that pops back up, nothing went more viral from like the re-examination of Blake Lively's career than the interview she had with this person, Kirsty Flaw. So when this interview took place, which was years ago, Blake was pregnant and she was open about it. People knew she had announced it, and so the interviewer congratulates her, as people are prone to do. And people were just really taken aback by how Blake responded.
First of all, congrats on your little bump.
Congrats on your little bump.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Why did Blake say that? This woman wasn't pregnant, she didn't say she was. And you know, there's a reason we should be careful with how we talk about people, because as it turns out, the interviewer, quote, wasn't pregnant and I could never get pregnant. She said that comment was like a bullet because she's actually infertile. Now, Blake may not have known that part, but obviously she knew that this person wasn't pregnant when she...
Well, wait, here's what I don't get, right? Look, I get being offended by something that someone says, even if maybe they didn't mean it in a bad way, right? And snapping back with something that maybe is not exactly appropriate, or you know what I'm saying? Like I definitely get taking offense maybe where none was intended, but holy shit, you're pregnant. Is that offensive to say congratulations on your bump? I don't know, Chad. I've never been pregnant before, so I can't say. But I definitely know that, like, it's probably more hurtful to, have that thrown back as I don't know, like when you can't have kids, and when that's a point of pain for you.
You said congrats on your little bump. It's
So yeah, she didn't know that Flaw was, unable to have to have children, right? She didn't know that. But I just don't understand, why do you need to clap back? Why do you need to clap back at like, congratulations on your bump? Maybe Blake Lively interpreted as bump in her profile from the movie? I guess, right? She and her co-star proceeded to ignore her. Oh yeah, check this out. Yeah, you're exactly right, Lilac. Still stuck on that wedding. Yeah, I know, right? What the fuck? And again, people will say it was like 10 years or more ago, but it's still
just nasty. Like, look at the face she's making. Her mean girl laugh after she says it. It's just really off-putting. And with this post racking up 3.6 million views on YouTube, it was pretty much the nail in the coffin. And then to make matters worse, Blake and her co-star start having a conversation right in front of the interviewer and just like,
she's an arrogant asshole that exists on a whimsical world where you shoot and ask questions later. Yeah.
Ignoring her.
Visually amazing.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Did you guys love wearing those kind of clothes that you...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And working in digital.
Everyone wants to talk about the clothes, but I wonder if they would ask the men about the clothes.
I would.
I love Jesse's
He has some
suits and
beautiful.
how
That's what I'm saying. His
Oh God.
wardrobe was beautiful.
I know,
Corey's
everybody.
wardrobe
I
was
know,
gorgeous.
he's
Those
so
high-waisted pants.
He's so great.
I wish men
And
wore
sorry,
high-waisted
too.
pants like
I know.
that.
But the thing is, okay, look, if Law had said something offensive, right? Like, I guess I understand in the context of an interview, like talking to your co-star, like, right? If Law was just being like obscenely offensive, flagrantly offensive, just fucking rude, then yeah, do that shit. But I don't understand, in this context, it doesn't really make sense for me.
Still.
This is just nasty behavior. I think mean is a really difficult label to slap on somebody because just because somebody's not giving you a customer service smile doesn't mean they're being mean. Different people have different social cues, etc. But I feel pretty confident in saying Blake Lively is just being really mean to this interviewer for no reason. Did the other two forget they're at work doing an interview, or do they think they're at a brunch with themselves? I'm more offended that they're...
Well, I mean, they're just being, they're reacting in anger, and I just don't see like the cause for so much anger.
basically ignoring the interviewer and practically having...
I mean, I know that like our issues with our bodies don't stop when we become pregnant. I get that, and that actually some of those body issues might be, magnified, right? And I've seen people be rude and inconsiderate of that fact to pregnant people. I just don't think this is that. And I don't understand interpreting this as that and needing to get defensive and about it, right?
A side conversation, just the two of them. Blake is barely even looking at you. How disrespectful can you get? Seriously, I think the interviewer was being more professional than Blake and Parker combined, which is not hard because 0 + 0 does equal 0. But just because she reacted calmly doesn't mean that wasn't aggravating. She said the interview made her want to quit her job, and just a couple days ago she...
I mean, you could see her like dying inside, right? You could see that, right, chat?
Apologized. No one came out and apologized, and they probably told her, don't come out and say sorry, don't react, don't do anything. We'll take care of this for you. And I think she's right. I do think there is probably some PR firm begging Blake Lively not to respond to any of this discourse, but I don't think this PR firm is very good at their job, because here we are. And here's the craziest part. This is just the weirdness that we saw. It became very clear very quickly that there was a lot of Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds nonsense going on behind the scenes as well. Blake Lively reveals Ryan Reynolds wrote iconic "It Ends With Us" scene.
The iconic rooftop scene in this movie, my husband actually wrote it. Nobody knows that but you now.
Okay, so do you see what's going on here? Now you've got her husband, like, not intimately, let me use a different word, deeply involved in the production of the movie. And yeah, he's a big star, but like, can somebody tell me, does Ryan Reynolds have like writing credits or something? Like, how did this happen?
But he wrote it. He works on everything I do. I work on everything he does.
Maybe nobody knows that Ryan wrote that scene because he didn't, right?
Oh, okay.
Ryan Reynolds is not the screenwriter for this movie. The actual screenwriter for the movie, Christy Hall, says that she wasn't aware Reynolds had contributed to the dialogue used in the final version of the sequence. There were a couple little things that I thought had been improvised. So if I'm being told that Ryan wrote that, then great, how wonderful. So Ryan tweaked some lines in your movie for some reason, and you did not run this past the actual writer. You then delivered his lines and told interviewers that he wrote the scene. Blake Lively really does not seem to appreciate the people who are actually supporting her career. The interviewers, the screenwriters, the people who may be survivors of domestic violence just trying to view this movie. She's just treating all of these people with like this sharp unpleasantness.
Yeah. Or like, look, I mean, there's a built-in audience here, right? In terms of people that have read the book, and yeah, for those people, right, for fans of the book, the topic is, you know, like it's like there's the audience that's seeing the movie and they haven't read the book, and then there's the audience that's sort of built in from the book, and so I don't know. A Megastar, thank you for the 100 bits. That was supposed to come with unicorns. Wait, what was supposed to come with unicorns? Oh, I mean, it's got something. Is that a unicorn? I can't tell what that emoji is, but thank you for the 100 bits, a Megastar.
Completely uncalled for. And there are rumors that the behind the scenes beef goes even further than that, with some speculating that Blake is actually in a feud with the director of the movie. And I won't go over these since these are just rumors from anonymous sources, but let's just say Blake's behavior.
Yeah, so D'Angelo's not going to go over this, but people have dug into this. Oh, right before? Oh, I see. Those things are supposed to be unicorns. D'Angelo always looks fantastic, just like Irene. Oh, that's really sweet of you.
Is making the rumors pretty easy to believe for a lot of the people following them. And so, in addition to all the things we know she did that are blowing up on the internet, people are also breaking down all the things she may be doing while simultaneously reacting to all the things she was doing in the past. Again, as I said, controversyception. So I think that leaves me with about 2 questions which I'd like to answer. How is the movie doing? And has literally anybody from this movie even admitted publicly that it has turned into a complete PR disaster? The Blake Lively Backlash clearly isn't hurting her movie's surprising box office haul. So the budget was $25 million, and apparently this movie has already raked in $180 million globally, and it hadn't even been out for 2 weeks when it passed that number. So the movie itself is fine. It is one of the biggest movies of the year, but I truly think it's safe to say that the backlash from the movie has completely overshadowed it. Now, unfortunately, just because it's making money doesn't mean it's being received well. The reviews are definitely not bad, as you can see, but they're not really stellar. I think most people either really liked it or really did not, and it all just kind of balances out to a very lukewarm 6 out of 10. And I've neither watched the film nor read the movie, so I can't really give any criticism for how it handles the domestic abuse. I've seen people say some parts of it are handled well, whereas the ending may not be, but I've seen far more people discussing why in the world is Blake Lively so mean to literally everybody all of the time, which is why I was actually quite surprised to see somebody come to her defense, and not just anybody either. Just the other day, her co-star came forward. Remember this dude? He posted this statement on his Instagram, and y'all are really testing me with the lengths of these statements. Y'all got me messed up if you think I'm about to sit here and read all of that, so kind of just gonna scroll through and see if I can't find the main points. I have it on screen bit by bit if you want to pause and read all of that. But yeah, it looks like he's basically saying, Colleen and the women of this cast stand for hope, perseverance, and for women choosing a better life for themselves. Vilifying the women who put so much of their heart and soul into making this film because they so strongly believe in this message seems counterproductive and detracts from what this film is about. What may or may not have happened.
The irony being that somebody is detracting for what this movie is about. And her name is Blake Lively.
Behind the scenes does not and hopefully should not detract from what our intentions were. It's been disheartening to see the amount of negativity being projected online. I find the use of the word projected
projected. It's your negativity. You're the one that brought negativity here, right?
Interesting. If anything, I would use the word reflected, because a lot of this was based off of Blake's intensely negative energy. And so he goes on to explain how important the story is to him, which I do not doubt. And he says, trust me when I tell you there isn't a single person involved in the making of this film that was not aware of the responsibility we had in making this. And he ends it by saying, all I ask is that before you spread hate on the internet, ask yourself who it's helping. Ask yourself if your opinions are based in any fact, or if you simply want to be a part of something. Let's be a part of something better together, a part of a new story being written for women and all people everywhere. Lead with love.
Okay, I feel like what they're doing now is weaponizing the subject matter of the book and the movie against people that are saying that there's a mismatch between the promotion of the movie and the book and the work itself, right? Like, oh, you're projecting your negativity. That's your negativity, right? Who brought negativity?
Then please be kind, Brandon. And he tags, I guess, the women of the cast, including, of course, none other than Blake Lively. And, you know, this would be a sweet statement if Blake was, like, completely innocent and actually just was the target of this unfounded campaign.
And that shit does happen. That shit is real, right?
But I have to be honest, of all the people...
In fact, I wanted to watch a video with you, which I would, oh my god, I'm trying to remember what it's fucking called. But that talks about the way that trend culture, and I mean like what is trending, like what is viral, what is blowing up, dictates so much of, you know, what people make content about, and how when the trend is somebody is bad, people tend to jump onto that bandwagon without really considering the question, right? They just are like, oh, the content that we're supposed to get on right now, the content that we're supposed to make videos about is like, you know, XYZ is bad. And so let me just uncritically jump on that without actually examining that. Like, right? It's, so this really does happen. This is a real phenomenon. Yeah. And it especially, you know, impacts any kind of marginalized person. But yeah, I feel like you're just, at this point, you're just weaponizing the topic of the movie, which is very serious. And yeah, movies like this do need to be made, subjects like this do need to be discussed, like, but you're weaponizing that as some kind of a virtue signal, as like just a reverse Uno against anybody that's bothered by the mismatch between the promotion and the subject matter.
People I've shown in this video reacting to her, none of them were being hateful, and I'm pretty sure everyone's opinion was based in the fact that Blake Lively has done a terrible job promoting this movie, being rude when you're asked about its themes, frivolously using it to promote your alcohol brand, or even just the blasé attitude of grab your friends and wear your florals. I would in no way, shape, or form categorize this as a hate campaign against Blake Lively. I think this is more so giving actions of your own consequences than people sending hate to you on the internet. Like, yes, only the bad moments went viral and none of the parts where Blake was actually talking about the themes of the movie.
I'm not saying every woman would, just the ones that I know that have seen that. What they've said to me is, I want young women to see this, or women of all ages to see this, to know that A, they're not alone, and B, you can get out. It feels impossible to get out, but you can.
But when some of your interviews are that, and some of your interviews are this...
Why is Deadpool Wolverine sold out? I'm sorry, I got distracted back there. I feel offended, but we're not out yet. That's fine. I'm happy about that. The biggest, no, I didn't even answer it. Sorry, it's like flashing sold out.
It's pretty obvious that there was a lot to criticize about the way she handled these interviews. And to Brandon Sklenar, who was just trying to write it off as internet hate, I'm a little curious what he thinks about the people talking about this who are actually survivors of domestic violence, because I certainly hope you wouldn't dismiss their opinions just because they're critical of Blake. It was portrayed more so as a chick flick, like grab your friends, wear your nice prints, and come over and watch this movie, and that's not what it was about, said Yesenia Puente Bravo, a survivor of intimate partner violence. And she said the film's promotion has felt so disrespectful, she no longer plans to see the movie in theaters. Lively named a cocktail after the abuser, says Django Ware.
There's so much just like, what the fuck? There's so much what the fuck in this, and I feel like for some of these things, they're just not good answers.
a domestic violence survivor. So it's just one insensitive thing after another. And then for her to plug her hair care company or her husband, she had so many opportunities, and she still does have an opportunity now to make an apology and try to make things better. And I definitely think an apology would be in order for survivors of intimate partner violence who found this disrespectful. But instead, the cast has opted for complete silence in Blake's case, or just downplaying all of this criticism. So my verdict is I won't be holding my breath for an apology that probably should be coming. And I really have to wonder what happened to media training. They say no press is bad press, but I'm pretty sure when more people are talking about the controversy as opposed to the thing you're trying to promote, you might have lost the plot. So that's my take on the situation. Dave's take on the situation is that film adaptations are never as good as the books anyway, so he will not be watching It Ends With Us. And of course, I'd love to hear your take. I mean, this is the part of the video where a layman would ask you to subscribe, like the video, and leave a comment, but I will ask you to enroll, evaluate the video, and submit your feedback. Because
So yeah, D'Angelo Wallace, if anybody is not subscribed yet, I will pass along the link to you. Amazing video essays. Amazing video essayist. Highly recommended, chat. Highly recommended. Speaking of recommended, what is going on in chat? I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, this is not great. This is not great. So Squall Leonard says, did you see the undercover journalist who posed as a donor for the whole Project 2025 thing? I actually did not, Squall. I'll have to check into that. We do have a little bit of, we're going to do a little bit of politics in just a bit. I don't know, maybe sooner. Look, there is more content on this, but it's H3. And I, like much of chat, have mixed feelings about H3. Right, the kind of so basically what we've got is Olivia from H3 made a PowerPoint to explain the whole situation in sort of a deeper way. And there's actually more coming out about this, like there's more coming out about this, so I'm just gonna ask chat, what do you think, right? It's like an Olivia-focused segment by H3, where most of them don't know anything about this drama or what's going on. So it's Olivia using a PowerPoint that she made to explain to the rest of the cast, including Ethan, like what went on there. I'm just not sure. Like this is like this kind of, I don't know. I gotta say, I kind of feel gutted by this story, right? It's just like, I'm not sure how long I want to stay with this. D'Angelo always has the best nails. Has Blake Lively done this with other projects she was part of? There is a lot about Blake Lively, right? There are a lot of little moments that, and it's the kind of thing that has only really come up because of people looking into Blake Lively and her career a little bit deeper, kind of digging up some stuff from the past that would have probably stayed buried had this not been a thing. You think that the guys that the cast sided with Blake because she's a celeb and is their ticket to fame? I mean, there's more to this, right? And there are some like inklings of maybe some not okay stuff behind the scenes, if that makes sense. What I'm asking you, chat, in not so many words, is should we go deeper in this trip into the rabbit hole, right? do you want to know more about this situation, or is the what did D'Angelo call it? The opposite of a deep dive is a quick explainer, right? Is the quick explainer enough? One in chat if you're okay with the quick explainer. Yeah, Squall, as far as finding links and stuff like that, the better way to do that is to just give me the name of the YouTube video and let me search it. I don't know, chat. I'm kind of leaning towards I've seen enough, right? Is that what I'm getting from chat as well? Am I getting some I've seen enough of this vibes, like, right? Is the quick explainer enough, or do we need to go into greater depth? All right, so yeah, thank you to Shaxpia and to Omega Star. Let me read out your donos while we're paused here. Omega Star says that was supposed to come with unicorns. Oh yeah, the previous post was. Yeah, thank you for the 100 bits, Omega Star. And Shaxpia, thank you for the $2 super chat. Remember, chat, we have the possibility of watching more content after the after the stream, right? I've got a lot of stuff already for you. The red butterflies perfection. Thank you, Christy. That's really sweet of you. That's really sweet of you. Wait, what was the one? Now I forget what. Yeah, one is like you're done with this, ready to move along. All right. So we got a little bit of stuff about the campaign, about the debate in particular, right? There was a debate that was supposed to happen that was scheduled way back when Biden was in the race. Trump agreed to not one, but 2 debates. The second debate is supposed to be September 10th. And he is making noises like he may be backing out of the debate. For the love of the universe. Okay. So yeah, that's what we're going to cover next. And again, the dono goal, right? The extra content that only happens if we hit 100%. Right now we're at 3%, and that is 97% away from 100%. And we'll tend to end in a shorter stream than otherwise would be available. So if you're interested in any of this content, the stuff that you're voting on right now, looks like 50% of the chat is on board to see the new FD Signifier online left video. What do we have as far as the rest of it? 10% for the What If Alt Hist video, 14% to make your dog immortal, and 26% for the Elon Musk diaper situation. So if any of those are interesting to you, make sure to vote in the full scale stream. You can also donate while you're at it. And if you do, you will drive the donation goal further along. If we hit 100% before the stream is over, which we're not exactly on track to do right now, but things could change, then we will, it'll unlock extra content. You'll be able to see it. What content you say? Well, it depends on 2 things. It depends on what you vote for, and it also depends on when you donate, if you tell me the topic that you want to see, and I will actually add your donation as a percentage. So you'll be able to massively help out the chances of the topic that you want to see or you can massively help out the voters, the chatters, the vote, like, help the vote just, decide everything by saying Vox Populi. So those are your two options. And remember, when you donate, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, whether you're giving memberships to other people or giving a membership to yourself, whether you are over on Twitch, getting yourself a sub to get out of the top of the hour ad break, which happens, yes, every hour on the hour at the top of the hour and lasts for 3 minutes. Unless you get yourself a sub, you can do that for free with a Twitch Prime, or you can do that for $6 with the $6. You could also possibly be gifted a sub, but stuff like that more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. So be active in the chat. Be active in the chat if that's you. Also, the Throne. Wait, why is this up here? Should be like right there. Yeah, the Throne link. If you donate to the Throne or you sign up for Patreon, that counts as a donation as well. Any kind of donation allows you to put your money where your mouth is. All you need to do is tell me, hey, I donated X and I want it to go towards blah. And just like Shaxby, just like that lonely 2% that's on the board right now for What If Alt His latest abomination, you can. I will put your donation to work, making it more likely that the topic that you want to see come up will actually be the winner. So that's how that works when it works. And we're gonna go now to the story about Trump running away from the debate with Kamala Harris. We're ready to go now. Do I need to recenter myself? Let's press this again. This is always good. And unmute.
About how he does not want to do the debate against Vice President Kamala Harris on ABC because he says it's very unfair and they're very biased and they're going to ask him very tough questions. Let me show you the post.
So chat, what does that sound like? What does that sound like to you? Because to me, that sounds like whining. And I've said this for a long time. Most of what Trump does is whining. And I didn't realize this until now, but there is actually a clip of him explaining his whining behavior.
This morning, although everything's supposed to be okay with Fox, in the New York Post.
So that is a very much younger Chris Cuomo, pre-scandal, back when he was on CNN. And he's got Donald Trump on the phone. Remember, like, as much as people want to tell you about the liberal news media, the media was 100% responsible for Trump even getting out of the primary, right? The unearned promotion that he got from being talked about incessantly by the media because he's good for ratings, right? Basically got him the nomination, got him the campaign, right? This is the, this is Chris Cuomo, who you're going to see has like a long relationship with Donald Trump that kind of goes back to both of their families.
Which is, of course, one of their properties. One of the columnists, Rich Lowry, says that you are the most fabulous whiner in the world, and that you have shown that if you were to sit across from a Putin or from Mexico or from the Middle East leaders, that as soon as they said something you don't like, you'd become a whiner, you'd become snipey with them, and that you wouldn't get anything done. What do you say to that?
Well, I think he's probably right. I am the most fabulous whiner. I do whine because I want to win, and I'm not happy about
Are whiners
not winning.
winners?
And I am a whiner, and I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining until I win. And I'm going to win for the country, and I'm going to make our country great again. Our country right now is a debtor nation. We have airports that are third world airports. We have roadways that are falling apart. We have bridges that are coming down and that are unsafe. 60% of the bridges in this country need work and they're unsafe.
But how do you pass that infrastructure bill?
Apart.
How do you work with government? You can't just come back at everybody.
Chris, I've been better
when
at
they
working
insult
with
you.
Government. Hey, Chris, I'm worth more than $10 billion. I've been working with government all my life.
But
That's
you've
what
also been you've been very rough on people over the years. It's worked for you, but in politics, it's a little different.
You have to be rough, though, Chris.
I know, but you can't always be rough.
I know you, and I know your brother, and your brother's a rough cookie, okay? And he's a good guy,
and
but he's a rough cookie.
There's a price for being
Andrew Cuomo.
Done, and you get things done. But you're a rough guy.
You've been rough. You threatened to sue me and my parents for giving birth to me.
No, I would never do.
So I don't even know what this story is about, right? But it's so wild. It's so wild how, you know, what like a neighborhood kind of vibe this is between Trump and look, this is the thing. This is the thing. People that, you know, get these jobs as the faces of the networks, right? They tend to be pretty well-connected people. And so they're kind of like in the same social circle as the candidates that they're supposed to be objective about.
That's exactly what you did. You played very rough.
And as much as there's this, like, you know, remembering something kind of, it sounds like fucked up that Trump did in terms of suing the Cuomo family, right? It's you get this feeling like it's almost like it's a squabble, but it's like a family squabble. It's like a neighborhood squabble. It's a squabble between friends. It's a squabble between like tightly intertwined, you know, families and, you know, very powerful families.
Sometimes. To the world. And you know, I'm a huge fan of your mother. I don't know, you know, your mother and
well,
my
she's
mother,
watching.
I'm a huge fan of your mother is something that could be taken in a very different direction. Maybe if these two were a generation younger.
Right now, so don't say anything about me. She'll be very upset.
Well,
You know
I'm
how
a
she
huge
felt
fan
about
of
your parents.
Mother, and my mother loved your mother, and you know they knew each other from Queens. They went to the same beauty parlor.
I mean, honestly, like this is kind of a what the fuck moment. But the point is, he knows he whines. He whines on purpose. He whines to get his fucking way. He is a man baby. And because of how privileged this motherfucker is, because of the fact that he was born on third base, this is like a successful tactic for him. Literally fucking whining.
We grew up in the same place. That's right, they did. We won't talk about the styles that they had done to them, but they did go to the same.
Style, but it was okay.
Hey folks, this is a sponsored video.
Oh my god, stop. This is the problem with playlists. This is the problem with playlists. God damn. All right, here we go. Look, they're very convenient, but they're not.
News that rarely
They're very convenient, but they're not very well implemented, YouTube.
Surprises me, but continues to show just how pathetic Donald Trump is. Late last night and into the morning, you have who's watching this, but it's just like, dude, just grow up, Donald. Grow up. Act like an adult. And if you can't behave like a
the thing is, like, here's the deal. There are behaviors, I guess, that you could, you know, call them childish that he's never had to grow out of. He hasn't had to grow out of that, right? When you're spoiled the way that Donald Trump is, when you get what you want from whining, you're like literally being classically conditioned to continue to whine, to continue that behavior. The only thing that would have changed that is if somewhere early on he had whined and he had not gotten what he wanted, and that connection was broken, right? As it is, like this is just the adult that has been produced by the child being utterly spoiled.
Grown up, you shouldn't be anywhere near a position of power, yet alone the nuclear codes. Here's what Donald Trump writes. He goes, I watched ABC fake news this morning. Both lightweight reporter Jonathan Karl's ridiculous and biased interview of Tom Cotton, who was fantastic, and their so-called panel of Trump haters. And I ask, why would I do the debate against Kamala Harris on the network? Will panelist Donna Brazile give the questions to Marxist candidate like she did for crooked Hillary Clinton? Well, Kamala's
famous Marxist Hillary Clinton
best friend who heads up ABC do likewise. Where is little George Slopadopoulos hanging?
Slopadopoulos, okay.
Will he be involved? They've got a lot of questions to answer. Why did Harris turn down Fox, NBC, CBS, and even CNN? Stay tuned! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. There was no agreed upon debate on Fox. Donald, you made one up after you backed out of the September 10th debate on ABC. And
okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. That surprised me. Look. I mean, oh my God. Do we want to talk about this? Like, there's a certain sound when somebody's sniffing results in like a plug of material being sucked up their nostril and like then going down their throat, and that was it right there. That's a reason enough to maybe do a retake, I don't know. Or like a little bit of editing. Look, like, are they streaming? Like, do they do a stream and then cut out segments of the stream? Like, is there a reason that there was no, like, could we not have been spared? Because I, like, I'm sorry, chat, this is hanging me up. This is hanging me up. I viscerally felt Ben Mycelis's swallowing of whatever the fuck that was in his nose. And I'm grossed out now. I was already a little bit grossed out before. I'm even more grossed out now.
August 2nd, 2024, Trump goes, I have agreed with Fox to debate Kamala Harris on a Wednesday, September 4th.
Oh no, get yourself a tissue.
The debate was previously scheduled against Sleepy Joe Biden on ABC, but has been terminated in that Biden will no longer be a participant, and I am in litigation against ABC Network and George Slopadopoulos.
George Slopadopoulos.
Thereby creating, I mean, just these names, these childhood names. His last name is Stephanopoulos.
Well, he gets away with it. He gets away with it, right? He's been trained that this is what you fucking do, and you get what you want.
Slopadopoulos, just...
And look, it works with anybody. Where the media gives you what you want, the party gives you what you want.
It's just silly. It's old. It's boring. Grow up. Grow up. Trump goes on to say the Fox News debate will be held in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania at a site to be determined. Again, Trump is just making this stuff up. There's no agreed upon debate there. And then this is when on July 25th, the Trump campaign canceled officially the debate on ABC. It said, given the continued political chaos surrounding crooked Joe Biden and the Democrat Party general election debate details cannot be finalized until Democrats formally decide on their nominee. There is a strong sense by many in the Democrat Party, namely Barack Hussein Obama, that Kamala Harris is a Marxist fraud who cannot beat Trump, and they are still holding out for someone better. Therefore, it would be inappropriate to schedule things with Harris because Democrats
SM says if this guy went to the DNC, he definitely has COVID. Yeah.
Could still change their mind. That was July 25th of 2024. And then Stephen Chung, who posted that, the Trump campaign's lead spokesperson, then goes, you idiots all fell for the trap. Hussein was trending.
You never would have noticed that? You wouldn't have noticed that? I can't help noticing that, but thank you for the 100 bits, Omega Star. I never would have noticed it, and now I hear it. Yeah. Jeez. That brings us up to 4% out of only 96% from the goal.
And was mentioned on the...
Oh, also, Omega, I didn't see what are you choosing for your donation? Chat, did you know that when you donate, no matter how you donate, you get the ability to put your money where your mouth is. You get to add a percentage, right? There's a poll going on right now on the Full Scale stream, and people are voting. We got FD Signifier's new online left video. We got What If Alt His latest abomination of a video. We got Make Your Dog Frickin' Immortal. And we got the Elon Musk diaper situation as options of content that we can watch after this content. And all you need to do when you donate is let me know which of these topics excites you, which of these topics you want to see as our extra segment today. And if we hit that dono goal, which we're only 96% away from right now, then you'll get extra content, and you'll also you'll make the content that you choose more likely to be chosen, right? You'll add percentages when you donate. So you got that special power. Don't forget to use it when you donate, no matter if it is a super chat, a super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, if you're gifting memberships to other people, if you are donating to the throne to help crowdfund better stuff for the channel, or you are signing up for Patreon, or you're just getting yourself a sub on Twitch because you are wary of that ad break, and you know that it lasts for 3 minutes and happens every hour on the hour, at the top of the hour, and you don't want to see that 3 minutes of ads, right? Any of those will count as, and in fact, if you gift membership, if you gift subs to other people on YouTube, that works as well. All you got to do is let me know which of these topics you're feeling, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is.
Cable news throughout the night. Thanks for doing our jobs, cucking his announcement this morning.
Even him saying cucking now is making me like, it's too much of a, it's too similar to that sound.
I mean, what in the world are they talking about? Now, as Donald Trump continues to falter, as the polls continue to turn against him and he rapidly declines, the new thing that Trump and MAGA is rolling out now is Trump, Vance, and Kennedy. And Vance is small.
Oh my God. So this is the story. I saw this story earlier. I think I remember another channel was covering this exact story, right? And they covered it as Trump replaces Vance with Kennedy, which sounds like you're talking about Kennedy's going to be the vice presidential candidate. Not yet. Not yet. But yeah, that is... Vance is definitely getting some pretty bad booking right there. That red kind of blends into the sign, and it sort of looks like Trump Kennedy.
And so it's kind of like the Trump campaign is pushing J.D. Vance aside, which is fairly predictable as well. Now, all of the MAGAs...
And look, for now, it's just on the side. It's just in terms of top billing, right? Vance is losing his secondary billing to Kennedy, let's just say, right? There is some chance that they might actually pull Vance. Now, the time to do that would have been Friday, right? That would have made a huge bump, because we talk about momentum, and we talk about momentum shifts, and there's momentum that comes from having your convention. There's a convention bump. Kamala has been riding kind of a wave of momentum ever since she was selected, because people are excited to have somebody to vote for to defeat Donald Trump that's name is not Joe Biden. I feel like some of that excitement might have actually dissipated with Thursday's speech, where she sounded more like, in fact, before my eyes, I saw her morphing into Hillary Clinton, and it was kind of disturbing. But I'm not representative of the general Democratic voter, so I assume that there's still a lot of excitement around her and her candidacy, right? RFK getting out of the election and endorsing Trump and speaking with Trump might have been a little bit in the way of trying to reverse that momentum. But the thing that would be a major reversal of momentum, the thing that would suck all the oxygen out of the room, would be Trump nixing J.D. Vance and replacing him with Kennedy. Now, again, there's some complications to this, because there's a reason that Trump chose Vance. Vance is actually not the vice president that will help him most to win the election. He's the vice president that helps him ingratiate himself with the likes of Peter Thiel, a Silicon Valley billionaire who has supported Trump before, way back, but kind of has cooled, kind of is not as supportive as he once was. And Trump needs money right now. Trump needs donos. So sort of sucking up to a Silicon Valley mover and shaker, a member of the PayPal mafia, like Peter Thiel, is a move that maybe makes sense if you're Donald Trump and you need money to pay off your legal bills and to fund your campaign. Kamala's fundraising has gone, galactic at this point. It's basically, it's blasted off, right? And and so Trump needs something to fight that with. So that's part of the reason he chose J.D. Vance. If he unceremoniously dumped J.D. Vance, there might be some backlash from those quarters. So it's complicated.
We're basically calling RFK Jr. like everything from were they calling him like a pedo? They were calling him like the worst person ever. They were calling him a communist.
Wait, I didn't hear that part. Where do they call Kennedy a PDF?
Marxist. Now they're like all in on the Kennedy train. And now Kennedy and Trump are...
Brad Purcell says CNN ain't news. Brad Purcell, what stream are you watching? What stream are you watching right now? Do you see CNN? Do you see a chyron and assume that it's CNN? Do you think that CNN has like copyrighted exclusive rights to the technology of chyron? And so whenever there's a chyron on the screen, it must be CNN. I'm just wondering where you're getting this.
Saying, make America
healthy again. Yeah, healthy like RFK. You know, America needs more brainworms. Honestly, America needs to eat more suspect meats, right? If you find a bear that's been hit by a car by the side of the road, you got to take that thing home. You got to take that thing home, and you got to clean it and feed it to your family so your family can share in the parasites, right? I don't know. It's like, of all the people to be saying make America healthy again, RFK, and he got a little boost from actually Dr. Cornell West today in terms of the conspiracy minded natural health weirdos, right? Elizabeth, thank you for the $1.99 to support the community. You don't just support the community with that. You also support the dono goal, which is now at 6%. So we're only 94% away from hitting that dono goal, which if we hit, we'll unlock extra content. Remember, when you donate, let me know which of these topics that you want to see. I think you can see them right down here in the short stream, and they're in the poll in the full scale stream. If you're on Twitch, you'll have to come over to take a look at what I'm talking about. But you can let me know which topic is tickling your fancy today, and I'll be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is. And you'll actually add percentages to the topic of your choice and help it win in the poll.
America healthy again. And as our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, goes, because that's what America wants. Two kooky conspiracy theorist charlatans in charge of public health and science. Well said by Filipkowski there. J.D. Vance gave some terrible interviews over the weekend. I give Christine Welker good credit here. I mean, she did a really good, I think.
And I think that was the interview that Donald Trump was complaining about.
Interview with J.D. Vance. Here's when she asks him about RFK Jr. Play this clip.
Let's move on. Robert F. Kennedy, the big news yesterday.
Very big news.
He suspended his campaign, announced he's endorsing Donald Trump. He is also known as someone who has blamed vaccines for autism, antidepressants for school shootings, and recently said, quote, he won't take sides on what happened on 9/11. Do you have any hesitation about accepting his endorsement?
No, Kristen, I don't, because we're going to disagree on issues, right? There are things that Robert Kennedy has said that I disagree with. I'm sure there are things that he's...
See, but the thing is, we don't know that you disagree on that issue. And you are he's doing the tightrope thing. He wants the votes. He doesn't want to lose any votes for Republicans who are like, yeah, the vaccine, the anti-vax shit, that's fucked up, right? He doesn't want to lose those votes, but he also doesn't want to lose the votes of the people that think that the vaccine is like the worst thing to ever happen. Look, speaking of the vaccine, I guess we got to touch on this while we can. This is Dr. Cornell West, right? So RFK gets out of the election. And what does Dr. Cornell West do?
I want to speak to my brothers and sisters of all colors who are concerned about not just the vaccine, but the role of the pharmaceutical company in shaping public policy.
Now, this is... Okay, well, look, this is extra bad. This is extra bad. Because guess what? There is a problem with the pharmaceutical industry having too much power. Any industry in the United States tends to have some degree of regulatory power, some degree of regulatory capture, actually is what they call it, over the government office that's supposed to be regulating it. So, you know, is there an issue with, pharmaceutical industry having too much power, being able to like kind of regulate itself? Is there a revolving door of lobbyists? 100% yes, 100% yes. But now he's tying this into, vaccine denial. And that's not good. That's not good because you're taking a very serious, very real issue and you are combining it with...
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
You're combining it with conspiracy-minded garbage.
Various voices to be heard, the role of censorship, the attempt to impose closure on various voices that would help us understand.
Various voices that need to be heard from, right? Various science-denying voices that want to just like convince you that the studies are not what the studies are. It's just like, it's wild, right? We need more like ignorant voices speaking on the subject of vaccination.
What's really going on when it comes to healthcare policy vis-a-vis vaccine. I want a truth commission to find out what happened in the past, and I want to make sure that each and every one of us have fair access to the truth.
So there we go, Cornell West jumping in, and it's opportunistic, right? And this the thing that sucks about this is that before he started his campaign for president, I liked Cornell. He said a lot of really important things. He sometimes is like the one person on like a cable news network that will tell you the truth about an issue. And god damn, if he hasn't like ruined his reputation, at least in my mind, through this campaign. And here we go. Yeah, opportunistically jumping on the anti-vax train when the other top anti-vax candidate jumps out, right? Cornell West is like, oh, by the way, if you are like mask off anti-vax, not like JD Vance, right? Because remember JD Vance trying to walk that tightrope in between anti-vax and just like, you know, the normal people that might be in the Republican Party that aren't anti-vax, right? Cornell West you can't miss that opportunity. I don't know. It's just like that is such a bad, craven thing to jump on.
I've said, that he's going to disagree with. But I think what his endorsement represents is that Donald J. Trump's Republican Party is a big tent party. I was raised by two grandparents who are sort of classic blue dog Democrats. They believed in having a border. They believed that, you know, you shouldn't have censorship in the United States of America. They believed in common sense economic policies. They may have disagreed.
See, the thing is, like when he says have a border, what he's saying that they believed in is spending a lot of money on a border wall that doesn't fucking work. All right. I just looked at a picture of the border wall near where Donald Trump spoke recently, right? And he was praising this great big beautiful border wall that we've got there. The irony, though, is that the section of the wall that he was looking at was a section that was built under the Obama administration. Remember, Obama also called the deporter in chief, and rightly so by a lot of people, right? And there was a section of Trump-built wall not far from it, and that wall is already falling apart. So some of the wall that Trump built during his administration, remember he requisitioned money from the military budget to build the wall. Some of that wall that got built has already fucking come down. Look, it doesn't even do what they say that it's supposed to do, right? In terms of turning a line on a map, which is what the border actually is. It's literally just a line on a map. Like, there's no real, you know, there's nothing really there. Turning that line on the map into a hermetically sealed, inescapable boundary, right? That's what they're trying to do. And that shit is a waste of fucking money. The real way to deal with immigration is with one, a pathway to immigration, and with two, our foreign policy, right? You want to talk about what you know provokes what causes, what is at the root of immigration? Conditions in other countries. People don't just like get up and leave their home for no reason at all. They're not just like they're not these evil immigrants just plotting, let me fuck up the United States by crossing the border. Right? They leave their home because their home is screwed up. Why is their home screwed up? Oftentimes because of U.S. foreign policy. Case in point, Venezuela immiserated by the Trump administration's punitive sanctions against that country. Hyperinflation. People got the fuck out of there, and some of them came to the United States, right? Our foreign policy affects the rates of immigration, and it's a lot more
peaceful up here, but now there are freaking
communist invading radicals. It's a lot more productive to change your foreign policy than it is to try to build some imaginary hermetically sealed wall that's just gonna fucking fall down anyway, and that doesn't really do anything, and that you can dig. Like, I mean, there's so many reasons, right? It is a puerile vision of national security to think that a motherfucking wall protects you, right? And actually, it kind of harkens back to, you know, another wall that existed in Germany and in Berlin and across the divide between the, you know, the NATO aligned states and the Soviet aligned states during the Cold War, right? It's something that you would hope that humanity at some point would get over. It's literally just xenophobia crystallized and made manifest through a huge, wasteful expenditure of money where that money should and could be used for infrastructure. Yeah, we need to build stuff. Yeah, we need to build stuff.
Super chatted $6.03. The Marxist POV that a vaccine should be open sourced and free, available to everyone in the world, not made into a brand like a soft drink or...
There you go. There you go. There's another example that Thomas Jerome is bringing up of what's actually wrong with our health policy, of the fact that pharmaceuticals do indeed have too much power, right? So now this is what's frustrating, right? This is pure Bannonism right here. You're finding an issue where there is, at the heart of what is being talked about, there is a real problem. There is, there is a issue that the Democrats have left behind because they, like the Republicans, are in the pocket of big pharma. But then it gets turned into this whole ass thing of like fear of the vaccine that actually hurts public health. And part of this distrust in the government, part of this distrust in public health does come from the fact that that like any other industry, the pharmaceutical industry regulates way too much of its own, is in charge of way too much of its own regulation. But yeah, thank you for mentioning that, Thomas Jerome. And thank you for the super chat as well. Again, I will respond. If you want to interrupt me and get me to talk about what you're saying right now, you can super chat $5 or more. If you super chat less than $5, I will get to your super chat at the end of each segment. So that's how it works. And every time you super chat, you're also pushing forward our donation goal, which is now at 11%. And if you want to, you can let me know which of these topics that I've got in the poll on the full scale stream you want to see as our bonus content. Because if we hit that dono goal, which we are now 89% away from, or maybe less than 89 at this point, I'll have to count up all the super chats, right? But if we hit that dono goal, then we will unlock other content. That content is chosen by you when you vote. And that's any of you. Anybody can come over to the full scale stream and vote. And also by people when they donate, letting me know which of these topics they want to put their money towards. And I'll literally put your money where your mouth is and add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. Anyway, explanation too long. Let's get back to Vance.
Agreed with Donald Trump about tax policy, but they believed in some fundamental American values. And I think what RFK's endorsement really shows is that the Kennedy Democrats are actually more at home in the Republican Party of Donald Trump. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris's party, higher prices, doing nothing to fight back against the Chinese, to say nothing of a wide open border. That is not JFK's Democratic Party. It's not RFK's Democratic Party. We're thrilled to have the Kennedy Democrats where they belong.
Well, and some in the Kennedy family have stepped forward to say that they sharply disagree with this endorsement. But let's just go back very quickly. He says he isn't taking sides on 9/11. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, of course I don't agree with that, Kristen. Now, to be clear, I don't know what RFK actually said there. Maybe there was additional context. Of course, you actually have to see what people say before you agree or disagree with it. I certainly have taken sides in 9/11.
See, the thing is that if you're going to bring somebody onto your campaign, and again, this is maybe a better question for Trump than it is for Vance, right? Vance is, again, the vice presidential candidate. He has a lot less power in terms of like who the ticket is going to work with, right? But you'd think that if you're bringing somebody on board like RFK, you'd know a little bit more about them. This is what vetting is about.
9/11, I'm the pro-America side. I don't think that we should have been attacked, and I certainly think hitting back against the terrorists was justified. I don't know what RFK said there, but what I do know is that RFK said a lot of very interesting and important things, that the Democratic Party has become too pro-censorship, that the Democratic Party, especially in the wake of COVID, became really anti-freedom and anti-child. I mean, you have Democrats saying that we should be masking toddlers in their school.
That's anti-child. Protecting your fucking kid from getting infected with COVID is anti-child.
Even though we knew it caused developmental disabilities, I agree with RFK that was...
It caused developmental disabilities. What is this guy smoking?
Crazy.
Well, to be fair, there was a lot of information that scientists were grappling with as it came in, and masks were perceived to stop the spread of the disease. Let's move on.
Totally fair.
Yeah.
But the one thing before we move on that I would say on that is there were important leaders. Donald Trump was among them. RFK was among them, who were saying some of this stuff is crazy. And if we had listened to them, I think our kids would have been much better off in the wake of the pandemic.
I mean, scientists did show that masks help to stop the spread of the disease. Let's talk about another big issue.
Disabilities for toddlers, right? We have to be able to balance this stuff. And I think the way that RFK struck that balance was much smarter, unfortunately, than the way that Kamala Harris did.
Let's talk.
Here's where she asks him about his childless cat lady comment. Play the clip.
Talk about women voters more broadly. The Census Bureau estimates there are 22 million women between the ages of 20 and 40 who, for whatever reason, do not have children. What do you say to those women who hear some of your comments, including the childless cat lady comments, which you've been asked about, but who feel as though you won't represent them?
Well, I'd say, first of all, I will represent.
Shakespeare, thank you for the donation on Throne towards the speed editor, which is a pretty cool piece of tech that I've got my eye on. Chat, like, I realize that it can be difficult to get through my content because I usually put out VODs, you know, I usually put out live streams, right? And a live stream is like, I don't know, anywhere between 3 and 9 hours of content, and you don't really know what's where unless somebody goes and does like timestamps, and that's not like super reliable, right? I understand that that's an issue and that it's much easier if I'm putting out videos. In fact, YouTube very much wants me to put out videos of my segments. I often find that I don't have time to do that. And the speed editor is one thing that that helps me get videos edited faster. So thank you, Shakespeare, for that donation on Throne. And again, that counts towards our dono goal, which is now up to 28%.
I want to be the vice president for the whole country, and I want to represent everybody. And yes, I made a sarcastic comment years ago that I think that...
And I'm guessing, Shakespeare, that goes to what if alt hist?
That a lot of Democrats have willfully misinterpreted. But what I've simply said is that I think that it's really a profound change that's happened in our country where we become anti-family, and I would like to change that. And I think if you...
And here she's saying, like, you're saying...
Yeah, he's weaseling. This guy is a weasel. This guy is an absolute and total...
weasel. Saying sarcastic, but like, this has really hurt a lot of women. Here, play this clip.
Out a little bit. Then you're calling it a sarcastic comment.
Sure.
And yet... some women, and you got the feedback in real time, felt like it was a gut punch.
But wait, no, that's not. He's abusing sarcasm. Let me just say this, all right? Sarcasm means something. If I said something like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of, if I said that Waluigi had the best posture in the world, right? That's sarcasm. He doesn't have great posture. All right. So what the actual meaning of what I'm saying is the opposite of what I'm saying. I really mean that Waluigi does not have the best posture in the world, right? I'm really saying that Waluigi has kind of like has not great posture, right? So for the cat lady's comments to actually be sarcastic, it would have to mean that JD Vance was saying that our country is not run by childless cat ladies. That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's fucking saying. There might be another, I don't know. Like, he could have said he was shit. I don't even know. No, he's full of shit. Let's be real. Let's be real. He's fucking full of shit. He feels antipathy towards women who deign to not who don't have, like, you know, kids, right? He feels an entitlement to people's wombs, and that those wombs should be used in service of producing more children, right? And if I'm being real, probably he has a race in mind for those children he wants to have more of. He has a religion in mind for those children that he wants to have more of. This is part of trad culture. That's what he's actually saying. That's what that is. That is him signaling to people that believe that we got to have more white Christian children in order to, I don't know, not be replaced, right? I mean, this is just fucked up shit that he's saying, right? This is like right-wing id just kind of spewing out. And he's like, oh, it was just sarcastic. It was sarcastic. I mean, I love childless cat ladies, and there should be more of them. If he was really being sarcastic, then what he would be saying was that childless cat ladies do not have enough power, right? And he was really being like, childless cat ladies have too much power. But what I really mean is that they don't have, right? That's not sarcasm. It's not fucking sarcasm. I'm so sick of him being able to abuse and twist language like this and people just letting him get away with it. Okay, I guess it's sarcasm. No, it's not fucking sarcasm. That's not what it is.
To them personally, do you regret making that comment?
Look, I regret certainly that a lot of people took it the wrong way.
Oh, it's how they took it. It's how they took it.
And I certainly regret that the DNC and Kamala Harris lied.
No, you regret that the wrong people heard it. You regret that the wrong people heard it. You wanted people to hear it who also hate childless cat ladies, right? And you didn't want people who resemble that remark to hear it, but that's what happened. And it turns out, yeah, there's a lot of cat ladies out there, okay?
But do you regret what you said, Senator?
Look, Kristen, I'm going to say things from time to time that people would disagree with. I'm a real person.
He's like, look, I'm going to signal to my fucking racist, misogynist base from time to time, all right? And then when you call me on it, I'm going to say it was sarcastic. I wasn't serious about it. I love childless cat ladies. They should have more power.
Make jokes. I'm going to say things sarcastically. And I think that what's important is that we focus on the policy. There are certainly going to be things that
He's like, look, I need to be able to get away with shitting on the people that I need to shit on in order to vice signal to my fucked up base that I am one of them, right? That's really what he's saying if we're getting down to it.
If I'm elected vice president, people are going to say, well, I wish he had said that differently. I think it's most important to actually be the person I actually am and to say those sarcastic comments were made in the service of a real substantive point. This country.
See, so it's not sarcastic. It's not fucking sarcastic, right? Here's his substantive point. Here's what he really meant, right? So I told you what sarcasm is, or sarcasm. I said that wrong. I told you what sarcasm is, right? It's when you say something, you know, purposefully tongue-in-cheek, and the real meaning is like the opposite of what you say, right? He is saying something, he's got his underlying point is what he really means, and unless that underlying point is that, like, actually childless cat ladies don't have enough power, then it's not fucking sarcastic.
Has become too anti-family. It's too expensive to afford a house. It's too expensive to afford groceries. Donald Trump and I want to change that.
And getting rid of sarcastic cat ladies is going to change, it's going to make it cheaper. I don't know.
And unless we get better leadership, we're not going to.
But again, just very quickly, given that people have told you directly, have spoken out, have said that they were offended, they were hurt by those comments, do you wish you never made those childless cat lady comments?
I think that it's much more important for me to just be a normal human being who sometimes says,
you're not a normal human being, you're JD Vance, okay? People make up a story about you writing of a formative experience of you know, losing your virginity to a couch in college on what was it, page 189 to 193 of Hillbilly Elegy, and it's believable not because you're a normal guy, but because you aren't a normal guy, and it seems like something that you would do.
Things that people disagree with. I have a lot of regrets, Kristen, but making a joke 3 years ago is not on the top 10 of the list.
All right.
Seriously, he says it's not on his top 10 list. I mean, what a brutal thing. What a horrific things to say. Here, she asks him about what he thinks about Donald Trump casting doubt on the election results. Play the clip.
Move on to something that Donald Trump said in North Carolina.
Yeah, she keeps giving him a chance to take it back. But like, also, look, what she's doing is kind of good, right? Because like what usually happens is like a journalist confronts a politician with something that they've said and they deflect, right? And most journalists, they were like, I've done my due diligence. I asked them the question that everybody wants me to ask them. I didn't get a real answer, but that's because they don't want to give a real answer. And if I want access to this politician, if I want to call them up for an interview later, then I need to let them know that when they deflect, I will respect. And you should not respect when they deflect, right? When they deflect, you need to dig deeper. You need to pin them down on it. You need to reconfront them with the question that they are dodging. And she's actually doing that here.
Carolina, and yet again Friday night.
Our primary focus is not to get out the vote. It's to make sure they don't.
Freudian Flop says, okay, I disagree, lol. Y'all are so easily butthurt. It's wild. Freudian Flop, that sounds kind of butthurt.
Cheat. Because we have all the votes you need.
It sounds like you're the one that's butthurt.
Why is Donald Trump casting doubt on the election before it's even...
It sounds like you're the one who can't take disagreement.
I don't think that's what Donald Trump is doing.
Well, that's what he's doing. That's what he says here. We need to make sure they don't cheat.
I think that what he's saying is that we want to pursue a set of policies in the Republican Party that make it...
But let's roll that back. Let's roll that back. That was important.
Election results, play the clip.
Move on to something that Donald Trump said in North Carolina and yet again Friday night.
Our primary focus is not to get out the vote. It's to make sure they don't cheat. Because we have all the votes you need. You can...
Oh, shit, chat. This is actually a deeper story. Chat, I feel like we're going to have to watch some Rachel Maddow. Will you forgive me if I inflict some Rachel Maddow on you? She started bothering me. Like, I stopped watching Rachel Maddow because she did this thing during the first and hopefully only Trump administration during those 4 years of Trump, where she would talk about something like involving Robert Mueller or involving some judge, and she'd be like, watch this space. And she'd give you this feeling that if you kept on watching MSNBC, you were going to see Donald Trump frog marched out of the White House in an orange prison getup. You were going to see this guy get fucking arrested. You were going to see justice be done. And they were going to reverse the results of the election, and they were going to bring in Hillary, and they were like, everybody knows that Hillary really, right? It was copium. It was fucking copium. And she played to this, right? There are a lot of Democrats, there are a lot of liberals especially, right, who just were of that mindset of like, let's just get back to brunch. Let's just get back to, this is an aberration. This shouldn't be happening. This can't be true. And they're like still in denial. And I feel like Rachel Maddow's like, not that there weren't things that were looked into by Mueller that were really egregious, that were really troublesome, but the way that Rachel Maddow gave you the feeling that something might happen legally based on the Mueller investigation, when really the only thing that could possibly happen would rely on the Republican Senate voting to remove Donald Trump from office, which was just never going to happen, right? I mean, she gave false hope to a lot of people that should have looked deeper into the reasons that Donald Trump was elected in the first place, that should have looked into the failures of the Hillary Clinton campaign, that should have looked into the failures of the Democratic Party in selecting Hillary Clinton, right? There should have been some reflection done then, and people like Rachel Maddow actually actively kind of get in the way of that reflection by casting Trump as an aberration rather than the result of failed policy during the Obama administration, right? I hope you're understanding me correctly. What I'm saying is that Obama, through his campaign, through his slogans of hope and change, through his opposition to Hillary Clinton, signaled to people, to like a generation that was just getting involved in politics, that this was a sea change in Democratic politics, that things were going to be different now. And they weren't. They weren't. He pursued the same weak tea policy prerogatives as Bill Clinton before him, as Hillary Clinton would have done. And so the net result of America, or of Democrats selecting Obama over Hillary Clinton was less impactful than it really should have been. And had Obama really been that transformative figure that he signaled that he was, you might not have seen, in fact, I would say you would not have seen a Donald Trump, right? His ability to get traction is kind of based on the failures and the cowardice of the Democratic Party ever since the early 80s or late 70s, when they turned away from the New Deal coalition type policies that they had been endorsing before then, and really just adopted Reaganomics light, right? That's what allows a demagogue like Donald Trump to get hold. And once he gets hold of your country, you may not get it back. It's like a dog getting hold of your tennis ball, right? You might get that tennis ball back eventually, but it's going to be fucked up. And this country is fucked up like that tennis ball. This country got fucking drooled on by that guy. This country got fucked up by 4 years of Donald Trump, and I don't want to see 4 more years. So I hope you're really clear on what I'm saying here, right? Just so I'm clear, I am not saying that the Democrat, that voting, that weaponizing your vote to keep this guy out of office is not a worthwhile, endeavor. It is, all right? I'm telling you not to become a cheerleader for Team Democrat, because their failures breed success for the Steve Bannons and the Donald Trumps of tomorrow. Anyway, rant over. Let's watch the rest of this.
Why is Donald Trump casting doubt on the election before it's even happened?
I don't think that's what Donald Trump is doing.
Well, that's what he's doing. That's what he says here. We need to make sure they don't cheat.
Yeah, make sure that they don't cheat. And he said you don't need to vote. This is kind of wild, though. I'm sorry, I'm bearing the lead here.
You can see it.
Why is...
I was just telling you we're going to watch a Rachel Maddow segment about this. So, yeah, kind of put a pin in that for now. We're going to come back to it, but he said something to the effect of, we don't need votes.
What he thinks about Donald.
Our primary focus is not to get out the vote. It's to make sure they don't cheat. Because we have all the votes you need. You can see it.
Our primary... So he's kind of signaling to his followers that they don't need to vote.
Why is...
We've got all the votes we need, right? He's kind of signaling that he's prepared to lose the election and try to attain office through corrupt means.
Donald Trump casting doubt on the election before it's even happened.
I don't think that's what Donald Trump is doing.
Well, that's what he's doing. That's what he says here. We need to make sure they don't cheat.
I think that what he's saying is that we want to pursue a set of policies in the Republican Party that make it easier for every legal ballot to be cast and counted, but make it harder for illegally cast ballots to be counted. Now, we can disagree about how many of those there are, whether there are a few hundred, a few thousand, maybe.
No, we can't. No, we can't, because we know that the numbers of illegal ballots cast are in no way, at no point, anywhere close to determinative.
More, but just in the last week, okay? So just in the last week, once in Arizona and once in Pennsylvania, there were major court wins that make our ballot process more secure and more effective. I think that's what Donald Trump is talking about, is we have to pursue, sometimes through litigation, sometimes through better policy at the state or national.
So there's what he's saying, litigation. There's going to be litigation. There's going to be shenanigans in the states as far as validating the results of the election. They are going to try to hang the election up. They're going to possibly try to throw it to the Supreme Court and get another 2000 situation where the Supreme Court ends up deciding the outcome of the election rather than the votes.
Level, a set of rules that make sure every ballot is legally counted.
Well, it's very different from your message, which is you said, and I'll quote you back to yourself, we have to work as hard as possible to persuade Americans to vote for us. Are you on the same page as Donald Trump? Because, again, he seems to be casting doubt on the results of the election before it's even happened.
Of course, we're on the same page, Kristen. We talk all the time, and I guarantee you, if you sat here and said, Mr. President, Donald Trump, do you believe that we need to do, that your campaign needs to persuade voters as much as possible? Of course he's going to say yes. That's not inconsistent with thinking that we need to pursue a set of approaches that make sure legal ballots get counted, illegal ballots don't get counted.
Do you have faith the 2024 election will be free and fair?
I do, Kristen. I do think it's going to be free and fair, and we're going to do everything that we can to make sure that happens. We're going to pursue every pathway to make sure, again, legal ballots get counted. But I feel very good about where we are. I think we're going to win this race, and I think we're going to win it in a very good election.
All right.
And here she asks him about tariffs, and you'll see J.D. Vance lie here. Play this clip.
So when Kamala Harris says, if we do the thing that Trump already did, it's going to be way worse than it was last time, I just don't think that makes a lot of sense.
Well, let's talk about
Sure.
Trump's record during his first term. He did impose rounds of tariffs, and it cost Americans nearly $80 billion in new taxes. Do you acknowledge that imposing more tariffs will ultimately cost consumers?
Well, what it really does...
Like, it really doesn't matter, right? Okay, so here's the deal. Your budget is your budget, right? You got income, you got costs. And if somebody raises your costs and your income doesn't go up, the net result is you have less money. It doesn't matter if that is from a tax or if that is from a fucking tariff raising the cost of goods. The net effect of this is the same. And Trump's latest policy could cost the median worker as much as between $3,000 and $4,000 extra dollars a year, right? And if you don't have $3,000 to $4,000 extra dollars a year allotted in your budget, you're going to be fucked over by that.
Is it penalizes importers from bringing goods outside the country into the country. And I think that's just a necessary thing. We know that China and a number of other countries are...
I'm not sure what's going on in chat here, but just so we're really clear, there's no vote scolding for me. The Democratic candidates should have to earn your vote. The Democratic candidates should have to be better. It's never something that I, endorse to try to tell somebody to, to vote for a party that's turned their stomach, right? They need to change their policies, right? And part of that comes from them worrying about disaffected voters.
Using effectively slave labor to undercut the wages of American workers, Donald Trump thinks that has to stop. And again, what Kamala Harris is saying, Kristen, is that if you do this, you're somehow going to cause skyrocketing inflation. In reality, Donald Trump already did it. He brought a lot of jobs back.
And yeah, Donald Trump already caused skyrocketing inflation. That's true.
And it didn't cause inflation.
But
no, he did. He fucking did. His handling of COVID was so poor that it aggravated the supply chain problems, right? If we'd had somebody more competent at the helm, inflation would have still happened, but it wouldn't have been as bad.
Caused consumers to pay more. They paid more in taxes, $80 billion worth. Do you acknowledge that consumers ultimately will pay more if there are more tariffs?
And again, Donald Trump's trade war with China was disastrous. Like, it did not achieve the whatever, goals that he had in mind.
So economists...
You just acknowledge that?
No, I don't, Kristen, because I think economists really disagree about the effects of tariffs because there can be a dynamic effect, right? So what some economists will say is what you just said, that it will actually raise costs for consumers. But what other people say, and I think the record supports what this other view...
Miskatonic says, I'm pretty sure all 5 votes for Vermont Supreme in Georgia were from me. I want my pony. I feel like you should get 5 ponies.
Is that it causes this dynamic effect where more jobs come into the country. Anything that you lose on the tariff from the perspective of the consumer, you gain in higher wages. So you're ultimately much better off. You have more take-home pay, you have better jobs, and also we have more reliance.
So that's Donald Trump and J.D. Vance in a nutshell for you. Let me know what you think. I think Trump's going to...
It's just giving people permission to vote third party. Tom Trask, I hate to break your... I hate to burst your bubble here, but people can vote for whoever they want to. They go into the voting booth, which is private, and there's a bunch of people on the ballot, and they can punch that ballot for whoever they want. They already have permission. They don't need permission from me, right? And I would question if what you're doing right now in chat is not actually giving permission for Democratic candidates to be shittier on policy, especially policies like the ones involving Gaza. Think about that, okay? Think about that. Think about where your pressure is best applied. If your pressure is best applied to, somebody from Michigan who maybe lost family because of the actions of the IDF in Gaza, right? If that's where the pressure needs to be, or if your pressure might go do a lot more if you apply it to the candidates trying to represent us.
I'm sick and tired of just the constant whining. It's like you agreed to debate on ABC on September 10th. There's no such thing as a Fox debate. That's not happening. So you'll do your Sean Hannity town hall like you want to do anyway, and then go, oh, she refuses to show up. No, just grow up, debate her or don't debate her.
Yeah, I feel like Ben Mycelis is too tired, and I'm tired of listening to Ben Mycelis. So chat, we will get to that Rachel Maddow content. I'm sure you're curious about that. That's going to be about Trump saying this thing about, we've got plenty of votes. You don't need, he's literally saying to his crowd, you don't need to vote, right? To me, that says that he's preparing to lose the election and try to steal it in court, steal it through the states, try to not certify the results, right? That's what he's planning on right now. He's planning to fucking lose and win anyway. So Rachel Maddow's got that story. We'll watch that in a second. I want to finish this whole debate. Trump trying to back out of the debate.
With just over 2 weeks until their critical face-to-face showdown, it now seems former President Trump and Vice President Harris's campaign this morning have reached a brand new stalemate of sorts over exactly how the debate will go down. Trump going on a brand new social media tear as Kamala Harris is...
Oh, but remember, CNN's in the pocket for the Democratic Party, right? They're reporting Donald Trump trying to back out of the debate as it's a impasse. They've reached an impasse. That's all. It's on both sides.
This team is now making the case for debate microphones to stay on the whole time. Lucky for us, we've got CNN's Elena Trine and Priscilla Alvarez, who have the new reporting on what each side is saying. All right, Elena, I want to go to you first. What is the latest from Team Trump?
Right. Well, you're exactly right, Omar, because it does seem like the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign have reached somewhat of...
They gotta say both sides. They gotta say both sides.
An impasse.
That's what neutrality means. Regardless of what the actual truth of the matter is, you got to be like, well, on this side, Donald Trump says this, and on this side, right? You gotta call it both sides. That's what they do. That's what they are, and like they get cast as being liberal, which is a way of right wingers playing the refs. Right? They're actually not objective. They're not like refs that are making calls for traveling when there's traveling and not making a call for traveling when they're not traveling. They are refs that if they make a call for traveling on this side, they feel obliged to make a call for traveling on that side, even if there's no traveling going on this side. And even if this team is traveling more, right? Even if this team is incurring more penalties, this kind of referee will try to make a call for this side and a call for this side and a call for this side and a call for this side. Meanwhile, the Trump team is like, you're making unfair calls. You're making unfair calls. And they're like, okay, well, I guess maybe two for Team Trump just to show that we're not that we're not biased, right? And you're literally showing your bias right there. So
as it relates to the debate.
That's the real state of play when it comes to the so-called liberal media.
Rules for that ABC debate on September 10th. Part of that is about the microphones being muted. Remember, back in June for that June 27 CNN debate between Trump and Biden, there were a whole host of different rules that they had agreed to, including having the microphones be turned off when one of the candidates was not speaking. The Trump campaign, we're told, still wants that rule to be in place. However, the Harris campaign is now saying this is a new candidate. We are a different campaign, and we want the mics to be on for the extent of the debate. So
what it sounds like to me is Donald Trump wants to hide behind the mute button.
There's some behind the scenes back and forth over this. I do want to read for you what we heard from Jason Miller. He's a senior Trump campaign advisor on all of this. He said, quote, "Enough with the games. We accepted the ABC debate under the exact same terms as the CNN debate. The Harris camp, after having already agreed to the CNN rules, asked for a seated debate with notes and opening statements." Of course, I'll have Priscilla fact check some of that. And then he added, "We said no changes to the agreed upon rules." Now, all of this also comes, I'd like to note, as the former president himself kind of posted on social media yesterday, throwing doubt into whether or not he may actually try to pull out of this debate. He wrote, quote, "Why would I do the debate against Kamala Harris on that network?" He said that as he continued to, he said he was watching the Sunday show.
So there we go. We've got the Kamala campaign trying to negotiate the terms of the debate. And we got the Trump campaign Trump himself here trying to back out of making noise like he's going to back out of the debate.
Yesterday on ABC was slamming some of the key people at the network. So all of this kind of throwing questions into what exactly is this ABC debate going to look like. But I do just want to add, Omar, that, this isn't entirely surprising. We know that the Trump campaign has been very critical of the debate rules in the past. We saw that in the lead up to the CNN debate. We're also seeing the former president himself do exactly the same thing as last time as well, which is trying to throw doubt on whether the debate will be fair, to argue that the network is biased, to argue that it's the
Yeah, he's lowering expectation, right? He's preparing to lose the debate.
cards are stacked against him. This is exactly what we're seeing him do with this debate as well.
Yeah, he's preparing either to pull out of the debate or to build in an excuse for him if he loses.
Trying to kind of pre-butt whatever is going to happen. And I can tell you from my conversations with Donald Trump's senior advisors, they privately acknowledge that they are more concerned about this debate than they were about the one with Biden. Harris is an entirely different opponent. They're not exactly sure what this is going to look like. So some of that is also, I think, contributing to all of this behind the scenes.
Yeah, look, a lot to keep an eye on that front. I want to bring in Priscilla into this because obviously a whole aspect of this is what is the Harris campaign saying? Takes two to tango here. So what are they saying? What are their concerns with this debate coming up?
Omar, I'm told that the only remaining dispute in this drama, this back and forth, is whether the mics are going to be on. The Harris campaign wants them to be on. Of course, the debate rules, when they were set, were with a different candidate. That was President Joe Biden. Now, the Harris campaign says that they want these mics to be on. And in a statement, a senior campaign official saying the following, quote, "Our understanding is that Trump's handlers prefer the muted microphone because they don't think their candidate can act presidential for 90 minutes on his own." The statement goes on to say that they don't think he can handle himself against Vice President Harris without the benefit of a mute button. So they are needling former President Donald Trump a little bit here, but they also are pushing back against some of what you heard there from the Trump campaign, that the Harris campaign wanted the two candidates to be seated and for there to be notes. They say that is not the case, and while they are open to having opening statements,
So wait, they're denying the request for a seated debate?
that is not something that they are insisting on. Again, the bottom line here is that this feud is about the mics being on or off over the course of the debate. Now, I will also note that
But you don't have like Kamala's team saying, "Well, we might not be there. We might not go. You want to mute the mics? We might not do it, right?" You only have Trump's side threatening to pull out, right? It's a negotiation that's going on right now about the exact terms of the debate. And but you have one side that's signaling that they might not show up to the debate if they don't get the results they want.
The next couple of weeks, I've been told, are very focused on debate preparations. This is something that the vice president already started earlier this month, and something
They should mute him. I mean, look, the irony of it is he actually benefits from being muted, right? He can't control himself, and he tends to talk over people. He's a narcissist. He's a fucking narcissist, right? And if he has that automatic mute button, the automatic muting when he's not supposed to be talking, then it sort of doesn't come across how entitled he is.
that she is going to be doubling down on in the days to come. Of course, recognizing that this is likely a large audience to tune in for this debate, and it gives her the opportunity to go toe-to-toe against former President Donald Trump. And while she does do that, there will be travel, perhaps not as much as earlier this month. This week, for example, she will go to Georgia with her vice presidential nominee, Tim Walz. That is a state, of course, that President Biden only won by less than 12,000 votes. So it is going to be one of the battlegrounds that is closely watched this election cycle, and one that they are using to kick off after the Democratic National Convention. Omar.
And Priscilla, obviously one major question that has been circulating over.
Oh, and just so you know, chat, I'll read the donos, I'll read the super chats after this segment. If you need to interrupt me and you want me to address something immediately, you can super chat $5 or more. That'll actually have it read out by the TTS voice. So, if there's something urgent, you can super chat $5 or more. If you super chat less, I'll read those out after this segment. So we're going to do this segment. Then we're going to take a look at what the whole situation about Trump telling his crowd that he doesn't need votes. That sounds pretty strange. Literally in some places actually telling his crowd, that it's not important to vote for him. And we'll look into what is behind that, what might be behind that after this segment. I'll read any donos out in between that. And as always, when you donate, let me know which of the topics in the dono goal you want to see covered, and I will put your money where your mouth is, and you'll actually add percentages to the topic of your choice. So
the course of the quick launch of her campaign, now post DNC.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Welcome in, communist invading radicals.
Prior to this debate, will she sit down for an interview and answer some questions over potentially some of her changed past positions? Do we know the latest on that front at all, if there are any plans on the books even?
Look, I feel like she answered those questions, right? Her changed past positions. If you watch her speech, I'm not happy about her convention speech, all right? I feel, like I said, I could see her anamorphing into Hillary Clinton before my eyes, right? I was not impressed with it. I know that I am not I'm not representative of Democratic voters, though, right? I have very different politics than your average Democratic voter. So it might not have, depressed her overall support as much as it depressed me. But I do think it's the wrong move from a pragmatic point of view. And I do think that it's the wrong move from a policy point of view, especially, her sort of both sidesing the issue of Gaza. But as far as her past positions, she lets you know where she stands now in that speech, right? I think she answered those questions. This whole thing about she won't sit for an interview. What does she stand behind what she said in 2020 under very different conditions in a very different world? That we were experiencing at that time. No, obviously she does not stand by some of those positions that she staked out in 2020.
They have not yet provided any details on when exactly that will happen, but as you know, the messaging from the campaign was that there would be an interview before the end of the month. Of course, the month ends this week, and we still don't yet have any clarity on
she's busy
when or if she will be doing that sit-down interview. But certainly that is an observation that many have made.
She's busy transforming into Hillary Clinton.
Because a lot of the campaign over the last month has been very choreographed with these stops, these rallies, the Democratic National Convention. So while she has spoken to press over the course of those rallies and gaggles as rallies end, she has not yet done that formal sit-down interview, which would be less choreographed simply because it is an interview. So you would have the journalist asking the questions there. So we're still waiting to see if we get more details on that, but certainly the timeline that was provided earlier.
The thing that frustrates me so much is that, like, the concerns that the media has about her prior statements, her prior positions, that's not who she is at this point. That's not what she's chosen, right? The real concerns are how close to Joe Biden and his foreign policy is she going to play this? How close to a Barack Obama or a Hillary Clinton is she going to play this, right? Because a lot of what she's shown, a lot of what she's said signals that she is a different kind of Democrat, right? And she is swiftly etch-a-sketching that out of existence. So that's the real concern with Kamala. The media is concerned that she's some kind of a idealistic leftist is just ridiculous.
This month is coming now to a close.
Yeah, lot to keep an eye on, especially as both of these camps end up heating up their campaign blitz, I guess is fair to say. Priscilla Alvarez, Elaine Treen, thanks to you both.
Donald Trump and Kamala Harris had both agreed to a debate on ABC News on September 10th. That's just 2 weeks away. But now Trump is giving an impression he may have changed his mind. In a post on Truth Social on Sunday, Trump attacked ABC News for a segment he didn't like and asked, quote, "Why would I do the debate against Kamala Harris on that network?" And now there is new uncertainty behind the scenes, too.
Isn't Tom Cotton the guy that said he wanted to do violence against protesters blocking the highway?
Statement this morning, Brian Fallon with Kamala Harris tells me this, quote, "We have told ABC and other networks seeking to host a possible October debate that we believe both candidates' microphones should be live throughout the full broadcast. Our understanding is that Trump's handlers prefer the muted microphone because they don't think their candidate can act presidential for 90 minutes on his own. We suspect Trump's team has not even told their boss about this dispute because it would be too embarrassing to admit that they don't think he can handle himself against Vice President Harris without the benefit of a mute button. Now, of course, let's remember that Harris has used hot microphones to her own advantage in debates past. Watch.
Susan, this is important.
Susan,
I want to
have
add,
weigh
but
in
if,
here.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
I have to
I'm
weigh
speaking.
in. Appeal the Trump tax cuts.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
Well, wait.
I'm speaking.
Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? So he talks over her and like look. The tactic that they're identifying is her standing up for herself, right? Not the tactic of him talking over her.
If you don't mind letting me finish, we can then have a conversation, okay?
Please.
Okay.
And that, of course, Alex, became a sort of iconic moment for her, like it was plastered on T-shirts, etc. But very interesting back and forth here in the final. I mean, that Fallon statement is clearly written to get a rise out of Donald Trump himself, right?
Yeah, I mean, after this summer, let no one ever say again that debates do not matter, which is why you are having this fight over these small details. Now, what's also really interesting is not just that she's used the hot mic to great effect in the past, but also you have to remember Joe Biden wanted the mute button for the first debate. They set those rules for that first debate, and because they didn't want a repeat of the first debate from 2020 when Trump just sort of ranted and raved. So this was the Joe Biden's idea. The problem was that then the Trump campaign was like, okay, we're actually going to like make him, as Fallon indicated, disciplined. And it actually made him seem more sober than he often comes across.
Yeah, what do you think?
I mean, look, when Kamala took over the ticket, they're trying to have it both ways. Because remember, when Kamala took over the ticket, they told the Trump campaign, we've already agreed to the ABC debate on September 10th. And they were saying, well, we can renegotiate a little bit on what the debate is. Now they're flipping it and saying, well, just because you agree to the debate doesn't mean we agreed to the rules. Look, she won.
What's up with that jacket?
The hot mic moment, because what she's had, if you remember the first debate with Joe Biden, the I'm speaking, she loves to create these little memeable moments that, are kind of based off stock lines that she's practiced and kind of her team is prepared for. They've already the t-shirts printed up. So she's trying to draw out Trump with some of this stuff.
Yeah, at the end of the day, though, does this really matter? When they go to...
So it's a weird situation, right? Because like the way that any negotiation works is leverage. What is leverage? Walk into a pawn shop sometime and pick up a piece of musical equipment, say a guitar, and tell the person at the desk that you're considering buying this, but you just don't understand why it's priced so high. Pick up, show the scratches on the guitar, show the damage to the bridge or anything else that might be wrong with it, and tell them that it seems like a good guitar, but you just think it's like really overpriced. If you don't need a guitar that day, you've got leverage, right? You can walk right out of there. And if they need to sell that guitar, if they need to make some money, they don't have leverage. That's what leverage is, right? So in this case, the Kamala campaign, they are ahead. They have the momentum. Unless something changes, they don't need a debate. But she would probably do well in a debate. She's a prosecutor, and he's Donald Trump. He can't even control himself. She has taken up a career in which self-control and self-discipline and message discipline is key to what she's done all her life, right? So she's got an advantage there, but at the same time, she's also got an advantage in terms of the election so far. So she doesn't really need that debate. And he's got the situation where he likely won't do. Okay, let me just knock the first thing down. She's going to outperform Biden, okay? That much we know without question, right? However the debate goes, it's going to go a lot better for her than it did for Joe Biden. And most likely it's going to, be a win. So at the same time, Donald Trump will likely lose this debate, but he needs something. He's almost, Chad, if you look at it, he's almost in the position that Biden was. The reason that Biden asked for a debate so early in the election season was because Biden was losing and he needed a change in momentum. And so it was kind of like a Hail Mary to try to maybe have an impressive debate with Donald Trump to change the momentum. Now, obviously, that's not what happened. But now you have Donald Trump as being somebody who, even though his debate with Kamala probably will not go well, he needs a Hail Mary. He needs to have a good debate. He needs to have something that's going to change the momentum, that's going to swing it back in his favor. So it's a really interesting power dynamic, and that's really what this is. This negotiation is 100% a power dynamic.
Debate. That's what I mean. The American people deserve a debate. They deserve to hear the issues being fought, to have a discussion. So I don't think at the end of the day this matters. I think it's just more political insider baseball stuff. It's fun to talk about all the things.
3 weeks.
Okay. So yeah, we're gonna watch one more video on the debate, and then we're gonna after that we'll take a look at the why is Trump telling his voters that he doesn't need them to vote.
Fresh drama in the 2024 presidential race is raising questions over whether Donald Trump and Kamala Harris will actually debate next month. Two campaigns are at a stalemate, we are told, over the rules. Sources tell CNN that Trump's team wants microphones muted when a candidate is not speaking, but the Harris campaign wants the mics left on. And Trump posted scathing remarks about ABC and some of its journalists over the weekend asking, quote, why would I do the debate against Kamala Harris on that network, end quote. Let's bring in CNN's Priscilla Alvarez. Priscilla, tell us more about this dispute. What's going on here?
Well, the debate about the debates continues. In this case, the dispute is about microphones. So we have to rewind a little bit, because when these debates were agreed upon, it was with then candidate President Joe Biden. And at the time, one of the red lines for the Biden campaign was that they wanted the mics turned off when the other candidate was speaking. Well, now it's different with the Harris campaign. They actually want to keep the mics on for the duration of the presidential debate. That is not what the Trump campaign wants. Their pushback being that the rules were already agreed upon. But here is what the campaign is saying in a statement. It says, quote, the vice president is ready to deal with Trump's constant lies and interruptions in real time. Trump should stop hiding behind the mute button. So they're clearly trying to needle him a little bit here as they try to get this dispute over the mics settled. Now, the Trump campaign has suggested that the Harris campaign has also wanted the candidates to be seated and have notes. That is not the case, according to the Harris campaign. This is very much about the microphones. Of course, they know this is a critical moment. This is another opportunity to put these two candidates in front of a large audience, for her to go toe-to-toe with former President Donald Trump, be in the same room with him. And it's something that she has spent the last several weeks preparing for. I am told that the next 2 weeks are going to be a lot of doubling down on those preparations for her. We know that she has taken the time out of her day where she can to read up on Trump's statements, on what he has said before about multiple policies. So there is clearly a lot happening here when it comes to the debate, because they are so well aware of how important a moment this is on a truncated timeline, when they don't always have visibility, or when Americans are not always tuning in to every development of the election.
Yeah, and this compressed election schedule, I mean, she obviously has to prepare for the debate even before the DNC, as she's preparing for the DNC. And Priscilla, tell us about the fundraising numbers that the Harris campaign is announcing. These are pretty big numbers.
They're big, they're historic, they're a record, and they're all something that the campaign is very pleased about. $500 million that they have raised over the last month, a big chunk, $82 million during the week of the DNC. The notable part about that $82 million is that a third of those are first-time donors, first-time contributors. This is something that the campaign has always latched onto, because it indicates for them some level of enthusiasm among voters if you have these first-time contributions. I will say, though, that part of the discussion happening within the campaign is how do you keep this momentum going, especially because they had so many big-time donors in the beginning of this, and they're going to have to seize on moments. And so that is part of the discussion that they're having, potentially splashy fundraisers in the future, but certainly they're feeling good about these numbers. I'll also note, Jim, that they already have plans for some of that. So at least $370 million of that going to TV and digital advertising between Labor Day and Election Day. So they are pouring money into that period of time, trying to take up as much space as possible.
All right, Priscilla Alvarez, they have raked in a ton of dough since she ascended to the top of the ticket, no question. All right, thank you very much. Let's bring in Democratic strategist and CNN political commentator Maria Cardona and press advisor to former House Speaker John Boehner, Maura Gillespie. Ladies, thanks to both of you for being with us. I guess, Maria, reaction to you first. And I should note, I mean, the Trump campaign seems to be saying there's an issue over the mute button at the debate. But he was just asked about this a few moments ago. We're trying to cut the sound. We may play the sound before the end of this segment. But we do have it. All right, let's play it. Let's go ahead and play it. All right.
Would you want the microphones muted in the debate whenever you're not speaking?
We agreed to the same rules. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. I'd rather have it probably on. But the agreement was that it would be the same as it was last time. In that case, it was muted. I didn't like it the last time, but it worked out fine. They're trying to change it. The truth is they're trying to get out of it because she doesn't want to debate. She's not a good debater. She's not a smart person. She doesn't want to debate.
President Trump, how are you specifically preparing for the debate versus Harris?
I'm not, really. I'm not spending a lot of time on it. I think my whole life I've been preparing for a debate.
So, I mean, like, that's an example of the lack of message control that you're seeing already from Trump just in being asked a question off the cuff. If I am to guess, his campaign team is trying to emphasize on him, Donald, do not say that she's not a smart person. Say that she's not a competent person. All right? You're calling her a not smart person gets read as racist and misogynist. You're calling her an incompetent person, even though you're kind of doing the same thing, does not, right? He doesn't have that message discipline. This shows you why the mute button actually helps him, right? All of his, kind of outbursts, all of his reflexes potentially would be hidden behind the mute button.
All right, and I just want to repeat, he said, quote, we agreed to the same rules. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. just said he will fight against the crime of chemtrails. God damn. This just keeps getting better.
This was in response to the question, would you want the microphones muted? It doesn't matter to me. I'd rather have it probably on. I don't know what that means. The agreement was...
No, he's saying that he would rather not be muted, but that it works out fine last time. It's just a rambling answer, right? The question, do you want the microphones to be muted or not, right? And he's saying he'd rather have them not muted, but the agreement was whatever it was last time, which was muted. It doesn't make sense.
That it would be the same as it was the last time. I didn't like the last time, but it worked out.
That is definitely a conspiracy theory. Look, Bovine, you are correct.
Fine. So Maria, it sounds as though what he's saying, and we just listened to this a few moments ago, is he's just fine how the mics are, if they're muted, if they're not muted, whatever. It sounds as though he's ready to do this debate. So what's going on?
That's what he's saying, but it does seem like it's, if that's the case, then just go without mute buttons.
It's Donald Trump. You never know what he's going to say from one moment to the next.
Yeah.
He hates all of the mainstream media. ABC is within that, the fake media. He said that earlier, which is why he said he didn't want to do the debate. And then there was this back and forth about the rules. But you know what fundamentally that says to me, Jim, what he just said, that it doesn't matter. It says to me that the real worry is with his team, because his team understands that when Donald Trump is unleashed, he is his own worst enemy, and that every time something comes out of his mouth, it alienates the voters that he needs to win. So I hope that he says yes, and he tells his team, yes, I want the mics on. This is what happens at the rallies when you have Republican strategists and advisors begging him to stick to teleprompter, to stick to the talking.
And he's literally shitting on them in his speeches. Right? We saw him like take a poll from his crowd, like, how many of you want me to be mean? And they're like, yeah. How many of you want me to be nice? And they're like, boo, right? And so there we go. I'm going to have to talk to some of those campaign staffers and tell them you're fired, right? He's kind of like teasing them back, right? They're telling him, they're telling him, like, don't get personal. Don't get mean, right? Your best bet is to not show that stuff. And obviously that is not letting Trump be Trump.
Points and to stick to the policy. They can say that until they're blue in the face. He doesn't do that because he doesn't want to do that. He thinks that what worked for him in 2016 is going to work with him again, and he's super wrong about that.
Yeah, Maura, it sounds like it's the Trump campaign that wants the mute button.
I mean, I see why he thinks that, right? From his perspective, it's like 2016 unexpectedly win. Nobody predicts that you're going to win, but you win, right? Maybe you didn't even think that you were going to win, right? 2020, you go in confident, but you lose. And I don't know I don't know. What did he change though? Like, what do you think that he changed? It feels like I can't imagine 2020 Trump having been like more disciplined than 2016 Trump. But he must think that's what happened.
On Donald Trump.
Absolutely. And why wouldn't they?
Oh my God, your audio is terrible, Maura.
To Maria's point, I mean, it's really frustrating to watch him time and time again.
What is up with the fact that the news cannot keep their audio? Have you noticed this, chat? Since this campaign has started and I've been covering more news, I've noticed how bad audio is. That like they're worse than the worst YouTuber.
Again, go off message and really derail what could be a really good opportunity for Republicans down ballot. The House is looking to grow their majority. The Senate could possibly flip. But with Donald Trump out there talking about crowd sizes and how good looking he thinks he is, that's not helpful.
Oh yeah, I wonder if I have that too. He says that he's hotter. He says that he's incredibly hot or something like that. And he's like, I don't know if I was hotter back in the 80s or I'm hotter now.
And again, using this press conference opportunity to talk about, which should have been about Afghanistan and what happened to those 13 service members, he still went back on this message that his campaign clearly is asking him to talk about that he doesn't seem to care about, because I don't think he really does care about the debate, about being president. He wants just to be in front of his MAGA world to espouse this, authority over them and to show the control he has. He could say the most contradicting things and they will still nod their heads and support him.
Yeah, I mean, Maria, one of the things I've learned about Donald Trump over the years is he does like to play games with these debates. I mean, he has this Truth Social post. Yeah. I mean, that appears to be setting the stage for him to withdraw from the debate. Why would I do the debate against Kamala Harris on that network? And so is it about the mics? Is it about ABC? Obviously the people at ABC are terrific journalists, so they would do an excellent debate. So what is this?
Here's the problem.
Yeah. He didn't do the debates with the Republican candidates during the primary process.
Right.
Let's not forget that.
It's never about anything other than what Donald Trump wants at that moment, at that very moment.
Yeah.
And that is the problem, because Donald Trump and Donald Trump's campaign is about Donald Trump. And you saw this massive contrast during the Democratic convention. Everything that came out of every speaker, especially Vice President Kamala Harris the last night, was about public service, was about, here's what I'm going to do for you. I wake up every morning, this is about you and your families. Donald Trump is all about what Donald Trump wants at that moment. And what he wants, Maura is right. He wants the world to see that he has control over his campaign, over his MAGA supporters. Yeah. He doesn't care about anything else.
And he said, he was asked, how are you preparing for the debate? He says, I'm not really. So, I mean, he thinks,
he doesn't care.
My experience covering him is that he thinks he can wing it.
Is she on a rotary phone? Yeah, I don't know. Is that what a rotary phone sounds like?
But I do want to play a little bit, because
a party line?
Trump was just asked,
what, like the Democratic Party
whether he would appoint
line?
RFK Jr. To a cabinet post after RFK Jr. endorsed Donald Trump last Friday. Let's listen to that. Talk about it on the other side.
Are you considering RFK Jr. as your health secretary if you're reelected?
Well, we haven't talked about it, but he knows a lot about the subject, and he's really been well received by the party, I will tell you. He's a great guy.
Maura, not exactly knocking it down. That.
Oh my God! Wait! I got something just clicked, chat. I haven't thought about this before, but one thing that we know about Trump is he doesn't like to be outshined, right? If there's ever anybody who comes close to taking up his limelight, taking up his spotlight, he gets rid of them. And I'm wondering if RFK might be such a person. Now, obviously, it didn't work for DeSantis to challenge the king. Didn't work for DeSantis to try to out MAGA Donald Trump, but he does. RFK says all the anti-vax stuff with his chest. Donald Trump has to dog whistle. Donald Trump has to talk out of both sides of his mouth, right? Who do you think that that MAGA crowd is going to like more? Obviously, the person that says it with their chest.
Maybe a part of a future Trump administration. And obviously, we should note RFK Jr., a vaccine skeptic. I mean, a vaccine denier for a large part of recent memory.
Yeah, this is one hard to believe that they didn't have this conversation, because I'm fairly confident that's what RFK Jr. was doing by endorsing Trump, was to ensure he would get a cabinet position should Trump be elected. Again, I'm just going to parse that there, but with that caveat. But I do think that this is, again, a sign of what Donald Trump has done, and again, making it about himself, what we're talking about. But it does not reflect what the Republican Party down ballot is looking forward to. Again, they're focused on the economy, on safety and security, and the House and Senate really need to distance themselves and focus on the policy issues, because what's happening at the top of the ticket for Republicans, which, I'm a Republican, and it's largely our own fault, right? We let Donald Trump be our candidate again. But they need to distance themselves, because if they have any chance in November, it can't be with the erratic behavior of Donald Trump. He is honestly rattled by Kamala Harris. He keeps talking about Biden because he is worried about the fact that he is also aging, and that what happens if he loses and the party throws him out. So he's trying to get ahead of things by really, again, hitting spaghetti at the wall on so many different levels. But it's showing his.
I'm sorry, I am so distracted by her audio. But that I feel her pain. I feel her pain. I gotta say at this point, chat, one other question about RFK, right? One in chat, if you think that the Democrats should maybe go after RFK, do you think that there's a vulnerability that Donald Trump assumes when he brings RFK onto his ticket in such a major way? I mean, you saw the campaign sign earlier, right? They've got campaign signs with Trump and Kennedy in big white letters and Vance in small red letters, right? On a blue background, right? Which, I'm sorry, I'm over-explaining, or I'm under-explaining. I should really just show you. But yeah, the point being, chat, they are using this Kennedy endorsement for all that it's worth. Do you think that this is a vulnerability for the Republican Party? Oh my God, Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Flojo, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Chicago Gal, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Tommy Boyo, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Jerry McLean, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Christy Z, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Ready for Rudyard, I will put that money where your mouth goes. Wait, I'm saying it wrong. I'll put your money where the mouth goes. Something about the mouth. Does that bring us up to 43% out of 100? That makes it so that we're only 57% from hitting the dono goal tonight. And that also massively helps out Rudyard. What if alt hist? Now with the extra 37%. Which is wild, because I feel like FD Signifier is winning. Let me read out the super chats here. Immortal Dog says, or sorry, Immortal Dog. Oh my gosh, chat. Izzy Sanchez, super chats $2. Immortal Dog, please. Yes, indeed. I will make your dog immortal for only $2. Shakespeare super chats the brilliant Sicilian, and yeah, I put that. I put your super chat where it goes. Thomas Strom says the Marxist POV that a vaccine should be open sourced and free, available to everyone in the world, not made into a brand like a soft drink or sneakers. Hell yeah. And thank you, Thomas Strom, for the super chat. Also got Elizabeth super chatting $2. Support the community. Thank you, Elizabeth. And Narwhal by Nature with the 5 gift memberships that I'm sure those members are glad to have now, because they have access to exclusive content. So what do we have next? I gotta find this Rachel Maddow thing, don't I? Remember, chat, how this works is that if we hit the dono goal of 100% before the end of the stream, which we're at 43% now, we need 57% to get there. you'll unlock new content. The new content will depend on two things: what people are voting for in the poll in the full screen chat, right? And if you're in the shorts chat or you're on Twitch, you can come over and vote in that if you want to. Just leave me a like when you do, right? Because it helps me out massively. You can, vote on that, and you can spit on that. God damn it! I knew that Hawk Tua girl was going to come through me at some point. No, you can vote for that, and you can donate for that, which means that when you do donate, whatever kind of donation it is, if you let me know after you do so, which of these topics that you want to see your money go towards, I'll actually add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So you'll actually improve the odds, as the donors are right now with What If Alt His latest abomination getting 37 extra%. So it is a very close race between that and the new FD signifier video, The Online Left. These are the two, I'd say, top videos in contention right now. But yeah, that could change depending on your vote and depending on what you tell me when you donate. Where are we as far as the stream goes right now? That is the question that I ask. We are 10 minutes past the top of the hour ad break. I'm supposed to let you know before this happens, sorry, chatters, that if you want to avoid the 3-minute ad break that hits on Twitch every hour at the top of the hour, you could do so for free with a Twitch Prime sub, or you can do so for $6 with $6, or you could maybe be gifted a sub. That can happen, and that does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. There we go. I think I've said all the things that I need to say. Now let's find some Maddow. Rachel Maddow. I literally just typed in her name. Rachel Maddow. Checked election certification. Trump. Wait. 13 days ago. No, we got to find, it's more recent than that. Oh my God, chat. I don't know how I'm going to find this. I didn't think that it would be so hard. I didn't think that it would be so hard to find some Maddow. Not live. I'm looking at the MSNBC site, right? Or not site, YouTube. Oh my God, chat, I swear to God, I saw, maybe I'll find the Twitter clip. I don't know. I saw somebody, I think it was Kyle Kulinski. We could go with the Kyle Kulinski route. I'm actually thinking about it. Should we go the Kyle Kulinski route? I know that Kyle found this. I can't actually find the Rachel Maddow video. It looks like he found it on Twitter, actually. Okay, we'll tap Kyle.
So look, I am not the biggest fan of Rachel Maddow.
Look, the only reason I didn't want to do this is because he does some reaction to Rachel Maddow. And what this means is reacception. Some people don't like it when I'm watching somebody who's watching somebody else. Some people, that's a little bit weird. That's a little too online. Other people really like it. So we'll do some reacception, and we'll get into this detailed plan to steal the 2024 election by the Trump sycophants who may be working in your state to subvert your vote.
Rachel Maddow was just wrong on Russiagate. Russiagate was this idea that...
Okay, let's talk about here and now, Kyle.
Axed one of the pipelines.
I've got, like, I think I ranted enough about Rachel Maddow and how much she annoys me.
That Russia had a deal to have. Paul Manafort had some corruption stuff vis-a-vis Ukraine. Trump is Vladimir Putin's puppet. Okay, so she's had a track record of not being great on stuff like that. However, this clip right here...
I mean, yeah, she's just kind of a typical resistance lib.
You're about to see, and I think this was actually recorded a little while ago, but I wanted to bring it to your attention now, because it actually adds up when you see all the clips of Trump and what he's saying and what's going on behind the scenes. This really sheds light on what Trump's plan is going to be on Election Day, where he's already made it clear, if I lose, I'm really not going to accept it. He's already laying the groundwork saying that I won already, right? And one of the things he said is, oh, actually, I won Minnesota. He was down 7 points. He lost by 7 points in Minnesota in 2020. That's preposterous to say he won Minnesota. And he's saying, oh yeah, we're going to win it this time too. And, you know, just this notion that if I lose, it's not legitimate. If I win, it is legitimate. That's the idea. Well, there's some scary people in some scary positions that could really throw a wrench into the election functioning as it should, right? So here, she's going to lay this out for us, and then I'll break it down for you a little bit more. Here we go.
There's a lot going on at the surface level in terms of donors and campaign positions and campaign strategy and the way they're behaving in public. There's a lot that is weird about this campaign thus far. But there is one last thing in terms of the weirdness of this campaign that I think is actually quite serious. You probably heard this weekend that Donald Trump told an audience on Friday night that if they vote for him this November, if he's voted back into office this November, they will never have to vote again. He told an audience on Friday to, quote, get out and vote just this time. He said after this time, quote, you won't have to do it anymore. You won't have to vote anymore.
To just interject here real quick, of course, the liberal interpretation of this is, yet again, this is showing his authoritarian instinct and that he's like, I don't want to have any more elections after I win this next one. That's the liberal interpretation of it. There is another interpretation of it that he was saying, I'm going to fix the things so thoroughly that like you won't even want to vote again. And so you don't even have to vote again because I'll fix everything. Right? I mean, here's the problem. To give a guy like Trump the benefit of the doubt after he tried to overturn the last election, after he did the fraudulent elector slates, after he tried to delay the certification of Joe Biden in Congress. They were still making phone calls even after January 6th, like later in the day on January 6th. And they were calling senators and saying, don't certify Joe Biden, right? He sat there for 3 hours as a mob was rioting in the Capitol. To give that guy the benefit of the doubt, to give the guy who just said, I love Xi Jinping. He rules China with an iron fist. He was implying an iron fist is a good thing. There's a guy who tried to invoke the Insurrection Act. He's very clearly deeply authoritarian, and he looks up to authoritarians. So I wouldn't give him the benefit of the doubt on this comment. So I actually agree way more with the liberal interpretation of this quote than, and this is what Trump does. He gives himself just enough plausible denial.
Wait, Shakespeare is saying that there's something in part 1 of Mein Kampf where Hitler says, you won't need to vote again. And look, there's stories, and they're just stories. They're not like backed up with like 100% proof, but there's stories of Donald Trump having that book, that particular book, as a bedside read. There's also stories by his generals talking about him expressing admiration for the loyalty that the Nazis had to Hitler. God, like it's actually really scary when it all starts to fucking add up.
Ability to be like, I didn't mean the thing that I obviously meant. All right, let's continue. She's going to break down how they do have a plan and they do have the wheels in motion, and it can get really ugly when the vote counting starts.
He said, quote, in 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good, and you're not going to have to vote. Now, this is not the first time Trump has told a campaign audience that they will never have to vote again once they vote him back in this time. And that is as alarming as it sounds for all the reasons that you immediately think it is, right? I mean, he's positing this like this is a happy thing. Oh, joy, never having the burden of voting again, right? The point of democracy is that we vote all the time, and we like it. That's how we decide what happens in our country. He's promising his followers that he'll end all of that. And it's exactly what you think it is. But let me also point out something more strange, which has been happening at the same time and it hasn't had as much attention. The day before Trump made those remarks on Friday he said, you're never going to have to vote again after you vote for me this one time. The day before that, on Thursday last week, he didn't say that people wouldn't have to vote anymore once he was elected this November. No, the day before that, on Thursday, he told his supporters, not that they're not going to have to vote again, but that they don't have to vote this time, that they don't need to vote for him this November.
My instruction, we don't need the votes. I have so many votes.
My instruction, we don't need the votes. I have so many votes. He said that on Thursday last week. And it turns out this is something, when you look, he says this all the time now. Watch.
My instruction, we don't need the votes. I have so many votes.
We don't need votes. I tell my people, I don't need any votes. We got all the votes we need. I don't need votes. We don't need votes. We got more votes than anybody's ever had. You don't have to vote. Don't worry about voting. The voting.
Right there. You could make an argument. We don't need votes. Maybe you could. I could see some Republicans saying, what he's saying is that we're not lacking votes. We got all the votes that we need, right? Like he's saying that he's confident that everybody's going to vote for him. You could see a MAGA person saying that, right? But right there, that last one.
I have so many votes.
We don't need votes. I tell my people, I don't need any votes. We got all the votes we need. I don't need votes. We don't need votes. We got more votes than anybody's ever had. You don't have to vote. Don't worry about voting.
You don't have to vote. Don't worry about voting. That one you can't classify like that. You can't say that that is an expression of confidence, right? That is something else. That is something very strange.
The voting, we got plenty of votes.
Don't worry about voting. Of all the weirdness around,
don't worry about voting
this campaign.
Why did he say that so many times, too? It's one of his go-to lines. What a weird thing to say when there's an election coming up and you're one of the candidates. What a bizarre thing to say. Just going to be explained. Watch.
This is a truly strange thing to tell people, right? Don't vote. I don't need your vote. I don't want your vote. I mean, all the surface level weirdness is, worth noting. Having a new position on literally anything you can think of as soon as any random rich guy tells you to. That's a weird thing. Picking the eccentric billionaire's intern for your running mate, even though you apparently had no idea who he was or what a disaster he is on television. All of this is weird. But telling voters, do not bother to vote for me. It doesn't matter if you do. I don't need your votes. That is a thing that should prick up your ears. Because what that means is that he doesn't think he needs to win the vote to win the election. He doesn't think he needs to win the election in order to take power. He thinks something other than votes is going to determine whether or not he gets back in the White House. At Rolling Stone today, they profile 70 different election officials who have been put into position in the swing states of Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, who are election denialists, committed election denialists. Officials that have been put in place in all of those swing states to make sure that election results, no matter what they are, do not get certified in those states this year.
So this is what I've been afraid of for a long time, right? There is a level of delusion, the dark heart of the Donald Trump fan club, that outmatches any sort of mass formation I have ever witnessed before, okay? There's a level of detachment from reality. There is a level of suspending one's morals that exists at the dark heart of MAGA that is truly fearsome. And look, all that's needed for shit to go really, really wrong is for a few of these people to be in key positions in important government offices, like the ones that are being described here.
Quote, at least 22 of these election officials have already refused or delayed certification processes in recent elections. According to Democratic election lawyer Mark Elias, quote, I think we are going to see mass refusals to certify the election in November. Quote, Republicans are counting on not just that they can disrupt the election in big counties, they're counting on the fact that if they don't certify in several small counties, you can't certify statewide results. 70 officials in place across just the swing states. For all.
And just keeping in mind that Rachel Maddow loves to clickbait you, right? She loves to present something that's truly scary or truly hopeful, and a lot of times it doesn't bear fruit, right? When, like her getting so excited about the Mueller investigation without really driving home the point that if you don't get, I don't know, 13, 14, 20 Republican senators to agree that this guy needs to be kicked the fuck out of office, you don't get any sort of legal action against a sitting president, right? Saving a Senate vote against Donald Trump wasn't going to face any kind of justice for anything that Mueller was investigating, right? And she kind of gave people the sense that maybe right around the corner was the answer to all their prayers.
The surface level weird behavior.
So keep that in mind, right? She and her program have this propensity to try to do this, right?
And language and strange choices and incoherence and odd donors in the Republican campaign. The serious core at the heart of it is that they are not planning on the vote being counted as normal. They are not counting on the election results being tallied as normal. They are not counting on the vote. And in fact, Trump is now repeatedly saying the vote will not matter. He doesn't even want your vote. The Republican.
And if I hadn't just listened to him say, you don't need to vote, right? If I hadn't just listened to him say that, I might think that Rachel was on another one of those, clickbait fever dreams that she does, right? But I'm not sure.
Republicans are counting on the election results not being certified. thereby creating chaos in Washington around the results. Just like 2020, right? Just like January 6, 2021, except this time with no Mike Pence in the way and with Republican officials already in place in multiple states saying, yeah, you may not get any sort of official vote.
Essentially, what they seem to be trying to do is cause some kind of constitutional crisis, which throws the results of the election over to the Supreme Court, which is not good.
The weirdness of this campaign is astonishing 99 days out. The dislocation from real campaigning, though, the dislocation from actually asking people for their votes, that means something. It means they are not trying to win this thing in a normal way. So 99 days out, as Democrats stand up what by all accounts looks like a juggernaut traditional campaign under Kamala Harris, are they prepared for this level of weirdness after the votes are cast?
I don't know the answer to that. And it's kind of terrifying, isn't it? So look, the bottom line is, if Trump loses, they're going to try to say, no, he didn't lose. He didn't lose. We're contesting. And that article that you referenced, I have it right here. The swing state election officials are pro-Trump election deniers. Nearly 70 pro-Trump conspiracists are election officials in key battleground counties, and they are poised to make a giant mess on Election Day. When election night comes in November, it will be up to thousands of local election officials to certify election results in their counties. Among those election officials are scores of Donald Trump supporters who believe his lies and conspiracies about stolen elections and will be in prime position to act on those beliefs to try to aid his campaign in November. In the swing states of Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, Rolling Stone and American Doom identified nearly 70 pro-Trump election conspiracists currently working as county election officials who have questioned the validity of elections or delayed or refused to certify results. At least 20 of these county election officials have refused or delayed certification in recent years. Certification of election results is what legal experts consider a ministerial task, one required by state and local law. But as Trump's lies about the 2020 election have taken hold, Republicans nationwide have decided that certification provides them an opportunity to hear fraud allegations and refuse to officially count their local votes. Republicans have refused to certify election results at least 25 times since Trump lost the 2020 election to President Joe Biden. Quote, I think we are going to see mass refusals to certify the election in November, says Democratic election lawyer Mark Elias. Everything we are seeing about this election is that the other side is more organized, more ruthless, and more prepared. While refusals and delays of certification have not held up in court in Georgia and Arizona, pro-Trump election officials are seeking to make certification discretionary lawsuits that are currently being decided by state judges in order to give his campaign another method to challenge election results in November. Polls indicate that the race between Trump and presumptive Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris will be close. If employed on a large scale, the certification refusal movement would have disastrous consequences, fueling the fire of election conspiracies and delaying the tallying of votes crucial to determining the next president. When you look at this, it is kind of terrifying that it's true. Trump keeps saying, I don't need your vote. And then he's also like golfing most of the week at his properties and doing like very few rallies. He did a rally in like Montana and then took like a week off.
Like, look, if you really want to spook yourself, imagine Trump trying to lose this election and notice how many things that in that scenario where he's trying to lose the election that he's doing right now, right? How many things is Trump doing that do not make sense for his campaign? I don't know. And again, this is not deductive reasoning I'm describing, right? We don't know what we don't know, but it is kind of spooky when you start to think about it.
In the middle of the campaign, right? Like, you put all of it together, and it does sort of look like he feels like, even if I lose, yet again, I'm just going to say I didn't lose, and I might have... And the question is, does he have enough people in enough positions of power to gum up the works and try to take it? The only thing the Democrats have on their side right now is that Trump is not the current sitting president, right? So he wouldn't be able to have his... pressure his own Department of Justice, like under Bill Barr, to... release a statement saying there's mass fraud and we're going to seize the voting machines, right? He can't, as they said they might do, let's declare martial law and say that I'm staying in power. He's not in the White House, so he can't do those things, but he still can do a lot of damage. He can still gum up the works, and he could also still sort of direct his supporters to fucking riot and Lord knows what else. And again,
Sassy Sassrai said they were going to do this years ago and no one has done a thing about it. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like essentially, as soon as the 2020 election happened, right, there was a big effort to get more people like this into positions of power. And I'm not convinced that there weren't like already some people in positions of power as far as elections and certification goes.
And I don't know if Democrats are prepared for, if Trump loses, what he's going to do. He's never going to go silently into the night. I mean, he claimed, guys, this is an interesting fact. I don't know how many of you know this. In 2012, when Mitt Romney lost to Barack Obama, Trump was on Twitter saying, we need a revolution. Like, the vote is wrong. This is incorrect. Obama stole it. We need a revolution now. He was willing to
Wow, actually, I didn't know this.
say that about Mitt Romney, who he doesn't even really like. Obviously, he wouldn't accept his own election loss in 2020, still saying it's fraudulent to this day. And then we're iceberg dead ahead is what I have to say to people. So I hope the Democrats are lawyered the fuck up and they're ready to go. Because if he loses, he is not going silently into the night. And he has a fucking plan. He has a plan. The question is, does he have enough of the election deniers in enough powerful positions? But the fact that there are 70 in the swing states, they're going to cause a lot of trouble. They're going to cause a lot of trouble. And Democrats need to be prepared because he has a plan to try to seize power even if he loses. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out.
Look, now I kind of want to find the I want to see if I can find that tape of Donald Trump talking about Mitt Romney and the need for a revolution to overthrow Obama because he didn't believe the results in the 2012 election.
But I said there's a lot going on at the surface level in terms of donors and campaign positions and campaign strategy and the way they're behaving in public. There's a lot that is weird about this campaign thus far. But there is one last thing in terms of the weirdness of this campaign that I think is actually quite serious. You probably heard this weekend that Donald Trump told an audience on Friday night that if they vote for him this November, if he's voted back into office this November, they will never have to vote again. He told an audience on Friday to, quote, get out and vote just this time. He said after this time, quote, you won't have to do it anymore. You won't have to vote anymore. He said, quote, in 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good, and you're not going to have to vote. Now, this is not the first time Trump has told a campaign audience that they will never have to vote again once they vote him back in this time. And that is as alarming as it sounds for all the reasons that you immediately think it is, right?
Trump was the one that pushed all the birth certificate theories about Barack Obama.
I mean, he's positing this like this is a happy thing. Oh, joy.
But like it's like the rabbit hole goes deeper, chat. Like, look, I was prepared to go down a rabbit hole of Blake Lively with you and possibly a rabbit hole of a certain streamer in the space. But it looks like we're going down a Donald Trump rabbit hole instead. At least for right now.
Never having the burden of voting again, right? The point of democracy is that we vote all the time. And we like it. That's how we decide what happens in our country. He's promising his followers that he'll end all of that. And
I love that she feels the necessity to explain that voting is a good thing.
It's exactly what you think it is. But let me also
but we like voting. It's good. We want to be able to vote.
point out something more strange, which has been happening at the same time and it hasn't had as much attention. The day before Trump made those remarks on Friday.
But do you see also like what he's appealing to, right? Imagine like a Trump voter, imagine like a typical Trump voter, like older, white individual. And he's telling that person, you know how it's annoying that you got to go out and vote? That if, for instance, you don't vote, that there's some chance that policies will get passed that are beneficial to the people that you hate. And those people, and wink, wink, we know who they are. They'll be living it up because of the laws that Barack Obama will pass, because of the laws that Joe Biden will pass, the laws that Kamala Harris will pass, right? That person that you hate the most, that person, they're going to vote instead. Wouldn't it be great if that wasn't an issue? Wink, wink. Wouldn't it be great if you didn't have to worry about the votes of people not like you? Because your special guy won every time, no matter what. Your special guy was going to get reelected. The guy that cares about you. And literally no one else. Like, right?
On Friday, he said, you're never going to have to vote again after you vote for me this one time. The day before that, on Thursday last week, he didn't say that people wouldn't have to vote anymore once he was elected this November. No, the day before that, on Thursday, he told his supporters, not that they're not going to have to vote again, but that they don't have to vote this time, that they don't need to vote for him this November.
My instruction, we don't need the votes. I have so many votes.
Valerie, the lovely Italian, says, yeah, I think he's being Trump and just bragging about how many votes he's already getting. Yeah, like that's obviously something that you wrote before the fifth example of Trump saying something similar, where he straight up says, you don't need to vote.
My instruction, we don't need the votes. I have so many votes. He said that on Thursday last week. And it turns out this is something, when you look, he says this all the time now. Watch.
My instruction, we don't need the votes. I have so many votes.
We don't need votes. I tell my people, I don't need any votes. We got all the votes we need. I don't need votes. We don't need votes. We got more votes than anybody's ever had. You don't have to vote. Don't worry about voting.
Don't worry about voting. At a rally. That's wild. That's wild.
Voting, we got plenty of votes.
Don't worry about voting.
I mean, it is funny with the Rachel Maddow. Like, I guess she's just inherently funny. Like, her reaction is always overbearing. Like I said, there is, you know, a chance that somebody's going to try to stop certification, try to throw it to the courts. It's going to get into a messy constitutional crisis like that. There are people in place that are part of this Trump cult whose minds have been twisted to the degree where they no longer perceive reality. They no longer acknowledge the morals that they purport to have. Everything is subsumed under the imperative that Trump win, because when Trump wins, we all win. But those people are out there. Those people are occupying some of these positions, right? Rachel Maddow, it's just almost funny the way that she's like, wait a minute. Did he say not vote? Why would he not want them to vote?
Of all the weirdness around this campaign, this is a truly strange thing to tell people, right? Don't vote. I don't need your vote. I don't want your vote. I mean, all the surface level weirdness is, worth noting. Having a new position on literally anything you can think of as soon as any random rich guy tells you to. That's a weird thing. Picking the eccentric billionaire's intern for your running mate, even though you apparently had no idea who he was or what a disaster he is on television. All of this is weird.
We already watched this.
Telling voters, do not bother to vote for me. It doesn't matter if you do. I don't need your votes. That is a thing that should prick up your ears. Because what that means is that he doesn't think he needs to win the vote to win the election. He doesn't think he needs to win the election in order to take power. He thinks something other than votes is going to determine whether or not he gets back in the White House. At Rolling Stone.
I don't know. Here's my opinion, okay? Motherfucker's gonna try to cheat any way he can. And you don't need him saying you don't have to vote to know that, right? That's not the tell. That's not the secret thing. That is either him being like fatalistic about his chances or
Today, they profile 70 different election officials who have been put into position in the swing states of Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, who are election denialists, committed election denialists. Officials that have been put in place in all of those swing states to make sure that election results, no matter what they are, do not get certified in those states this year. Quote, at least 22 of these election officials have already refused or delayed certification processes in recent elections. According to Democratic election lawyer Mark Elias, quote, I think we are going to see mass refusals to certify the election in November. Quote, Republicans are counting on not just that they can disrupt the election in big counties, they're counting on the fact that if they don't certify in several small counties, you can't certify statewide results. 70 officials in place across just the swing states. For all the surface level weird behavior and language and strange choices and incoherence and odd donors in the Republican campaign, the serious core at the heart of it is that they are not planning on the vote being counted as normal. They are not counting on the election results being tallied as normal. They are not counting on the vote. And in fact, Trump is now repeatedly saying the vote will not matter. He doesn't even want your vote. The Republicans are counting on the election results not being certified, thereby creating chaos in Washington around the results. Just like 2020, right? Just like January 6th.
They do seem to try to do this with like everything, right? Every single thing out there. They want to throw it up to the Supreme Court. And like there's some things that the Supreme Court, gets, and they don't do like the weird thing. They don't, but like a lot of things they do. A lot of really weird stuff, right? NPR title from the article 6 years ago, Special Counsel Jack Smith appeals the ruling tossing out Trump's classified documents case. Yeah, Chad, I actually forgot to talk about that because I kind of assumed everybody knew it. But yeah, the appeal that I told you was going to come of the, thrown out documents case that Eileen Cannon, Trump appointed judge, very conflicted, very, very sus individual, has now been appealed to the 11th Court of Appeals. So there'll be a hearing for that there. It might go up to the Supreme Court. We can hope not. That's always like another chance. That's always like another chance.
...2021, except this time with no Mike Pence in the way and with Republican officials already in place in multiple states saying, yeah, you may not get any sort of official vote. The weirdness of this campaign is astonishing 99 days out. The dislocation from real campaigning, though, the dislocation from actually asking people for their votes, that means something. It means they are not trying to win this thing.
Hover Up says the Democrats think that normal people are stupid or something, and they cannot see the manipulation. Yes, that's correct. That's correct, Cover Up. It's all a big plan. It's all a big psyop. It's all like everything, everyone in every county, every judge, everyone who decided anything about the 2020 election denial cases, right? They were all in on it. It was all a big fucking plan. And those Democrats, if they think that the normal Americans like you and me will believe that they are not in fact stealing the election right before our eyes, that it is not a conspiracy, that our great heroes of justice such as Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell are not being taken seriously when they step into a court to try to hear a case about this election denial, right? The grand conspiracy, that they are not listening to Mike Pillow about the stolen election
in a normal way. So 99 days out, as Democrats stand up what by all accounts looks like a juggernaut traditional campaign under Kamala Harris, are they prepared for this level of weirdness after the votes are cast? Are they ready for what's coming?
What is this?
Hello, everyone. I only want you to donate to my campaign if you can afford to. Unfortunately, most of you can't afford to because Joe Biden is a disaster as a president.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Kamala's worse than he is. She's actually worse, more evil, more committed to being radical left. I mean, she actually believes this stuff, defund the police and all of the other things. But if you can, donate. If you can't, I don't want to. We're going to make it. We're going to win one way or the other. But whatever you can do with it.
One way or the other.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, there we go. Damn, I want to look into this more. Oh yeah, I was supposed to look into whether. So wait, what is this Donald Trump 2012 election? Somebody said that he was advocating a revolution against Obama based on not believing the not believing the results of the 2012 election. I mean, you know how much Google sucks now. News. Okay, I found it. I found it. All right. Is this from 2016? Donald Trump's 2012 election tweet storm resurfaces as popular and electoral vote appear divided. Though Donald Trump eclipsed the 270 electoral vote threshold early Wednesday morning, earning the Republican a concession call from Hillary Clinton and the titled president-elect, the vote count has continued through the day, with the results showing Clinton taking a lead in the popular vote. The most recent election, with a discrepancy between the Electoral College and the popular vote, a winner was 16 years ago in 2020, when then Vice President Al Gore received a higher national vote than George W. Bush, but failed to reach the requisite electoral levels. Since then, the function of the Electoral College itself has frequently been called into question and is receiving renewed scrutiny as Clinton's totals mount. So this is before it was known that Clinton would go on to win the popular vote and Trump the electoral vote. But it was becoming apparent, apparently. Apparently, it was becoming apparent. Anyway, chat, while Democrats are likely the party perturbed by the process this year, it was Trump supporting Mitt Romney in 2012 who challenged the viability of the practice by which the president was chosen. The Electoral College is a disaster for a democracy, wrote Trump in part of a tweet storm on the election night of 2012. This is the Barack Obama-Mitt Romney election that Barack Obama ultimately won. We can't let this happen. We should march on Washington and stop this travesty. Our nation is totally divided. Our nation is totally divided. I can just imagine how he would say this, right? These are tweets, though, right? Let's fight like hell and stop this great and disgusting injustice. The world is laughing at us. Yo, I mean, classic Trump. Classic Trump. These are all tweets, right? Separate tweets. The election is a total sham and travesty. We are not a democracy. Our country is now in serious and unprecedented trouble like never before. Our nation is a once great nation divided. So, I mean, this is his tweet storm from 2012. And it's like kind of the same shit. Now, like, whoever described it as a call to action for a military, what does he say? What is the closest thing to say that he says to that? We should march on Washington and stop this travesty. Yeah, I mean, I guess he kind of did. He's like, this is 2012. He is calling for a January 6th. He is calling for a January 6th-like event to prevent the peaceful, well, it wouldn't be the peaceful transfer of power, but to force the unpeaceful transfer of power in the 2012 election, right? This is 8 years before Jan 6. And he's basically calling for Jan 6. In addition, here, let me show you the fucking article. I'm sorry, chat. I'm just having you look at Rachel Maddow the whole time. In additional tweets since deleted, Trump asked why Romney should lose if he received a greater number of votes. Upon the final tally, President Barack Obama defeated Romney in both the popular and the electoral college. He lost the popular vote by a lot and won the election. We should have a revolution in this. Okay, straight up. This is what he's tweeting. We should have a revolution in this country. He would wait 8 years before getting his revolution in this country, said Trump in the one deleted tweet. More votes. Wait, okay, let me switch this. There we go. The complaint from 2012 resurfaced earlier in the campaign cycle as Trump began to allege that the election would be rigged. In an interview with ABC's George Stephanopoulos, or as Trump likes to call him, George Slopadopoulos, on October 26, he was probed about the tweets and said that he felt the same about the 2016 election, though ascribed the rigging to the media rather than the Electoral College. I think the system is rigged, said Trump. I think it was horribly the way prior Republican ticket was. Oh, the way Mitt Romney was treated by the media. The only thing worse is the way that I'm being treated. Look, I'm being treated. Look, I'm being treated. Hey, it's record-setting bad treatment. What I'm getting. It's the greatest pile-on in American history. That's a classic Trump. Classic Trump. God damn. Just a week ago, initial questions about the Electoral College began when an elector from Washington State stated that he would refuse to cast his ballot for Clinton. Robert Satyakum, who supported Bernie Sanders in the Democratic primary, said there's no way he would give his vote, one of 12 in Washington, to Clinton. Faithless electors such as Satyakum are rare, but can face fines and have their votes invalidated as a result of deviating from their state's choice. Whether or not Satyakum followed through on his claim won't be known until electors cast their ballot on December 19th. So yeah, that is article from 2016 that talks about the 2012 election denial that Trump engaged in, based on thinking that the Electoral College alone would have won Obama the election rather than Oh, is chat talking about the effort to, there is an effort underway to abolish the Electoral College, but it's not actually through abolishing the Electoral College. They would keep the college, but if they got 270 electoral votes worth of states to agree, they could all make an agreement to cast their vote for the winner of the popular vote, thus invalidating the Electoral College, right? there's so little regulation on how states can vote in the Electoral College that, that they're able to, with like a contract between a majority of the electoral count in the U.S. worth of states, you could actually invalidate the Electoral College. But yeah, like chat is saying, it's a very difficult climb. And in fact, probably not terribly likely. Oh, wait, what is this? This is interesting. So chat, in a year of reaching out, right? Just like RFK reached out to Trump at first to try to get himself a campaign, like a spot on the in the administration, right? That famous phone call. Or not so famous phone call. I feel like more people should know about that phone call. Yeah. If you don't know, Trump made a phone call to RFK, basically telling him that he agrees with all of RFK's anti-vax nonsense. And, it sounded like a quid pro quo was in play between Trump and RFK Jr. It was only revealed when RFK Jr.'s kid actually videotaped it or took the videotape of it, took the video of it and uploaded that, shared that, so that people would know what was going on behind the scenes between Trump and RFK. But it sounds from that phone call like Trump and RFK have been working together for a very long time to try to do whatever benefited Trump the most. But yeah, you also had apparently the RFK campaign reach out to Kamala Harris. Lord knows for what. Lord knows what the ask was there, but obviously they did not reach a deal because Trump did drop out and ended up endorsing Trump. So apparently we've got another attempt to reach out and make a deal. This being from Cornell West, the same Cornell West that just today has just I don't know. Is this the first time he's gone anti-vax? I guess I haven't been paying that much attention to Cornell West's campaign since the sort of debacle early on, right? This has been a campaign that's just been kind of fatally doomed from the get-go, from starting out as the candidate for the People's Party to, the drama with the Green Party and all the rest. It just feels like Cornell's campaign has been kind of, TLDR chat. I haven't been paying attention to the Cornell West campaign, but now he's come out as a vaccine truther.
So shout out here to Jordan Chariton of Status Coup News. Everybody go subscribe to Status Coup on YouTube and also follow him on Twitter. He had an interview here with Cornell West, and Cornell West said something really interesting, and they should have made news, but nobody really picked it up because they're trying to bury that this guy even exists. But Cornell West talks about how he was approached by the Democrats because he's running as an independent. And listen to this.
Can you specify, if you can, you mentioned offering positions, resources. Were you offered a position in the Harris administration? Any financial incentives to drop out?
Oh, I mean, there was definitely various kind of offers. I won't go into concrete details of it. I really won't, because I don't even want to make that the focus.
Well, let's just say they did not offer you the janitor's position. They offered you something relatively high up.
Well, I don't think it was that high up, because believe me, brother, the highest position in the empire, they can't say a word about genocide. For me, it's just a place in Dante's Inferno, man. And that's the lowest litmus test of morality, to oppose genocide. And when you deny genocide, when you actually enable genocide, that cannot be the only option to fascism.
Right. Did they just one more on this? Did they offer you? Did they offer you a cabinet position, a lower position, and offer to pay off any of your campaign debt?
Well, they offered serious substantive conversation about all of those that could lead toward.
That's really fucking interesting to me, because remember, there was apparently some reporting. It's been disputed, but there was some reporting that said RFK was trying to get a meeting with Kamala. He met with Trump, of course, and of course RFK ended up endorsing Trump. But he also wanted to meet with Kamala, but the Kamala campaign was like, fuck off. We don't want to meet with you. But according to Cornell West, they did meet with Cornell West, and they were talking to Cornell West, and they were trying to make a deal with Cornell West, which is interesting. And then, of course, that begs the question, I wonder if they reached out to Jill Stein. I kind of doubt that they would reach out to Jill Stein. A lot of the top Democrats still blame Jill Stein for Hillary Clinton losing. So I doubt that they would reach out to her. Although, that's an argument that maybe that should be all the more reason for them to reach out to Jill Stein. That if you think this person cost Hillary the election, you want to make sure that this person doesn't cost Kamala the election. So you might want to sit down and take the concern seriously. But apparently Cornell West rejected it out of hand, right? So, let me ask you. We just covered the thing with RFK, where RFK, he had said the most scathing, critical things of Trump and, seemingly on like 70 to 80% of issues. He thought Trump was just a flat out sellout, right? And then he ended up bending the knee. And then that begs the question, well, why? Why did that happen? And so what do you think Cornell West should have done? Should he entertain the meeting? Should he make very specific and clear demands and then make a deal, right? Should he say, look, I'll join, but you have to promise to cut off, and I want it in writing, all weapons to Israel. And we don't even need to go public with it at this moment, but I want that.
That's wild. That's wild. Like, so, yeah, I guess the speculation is that he's in a very unique place where, potentially, I don't know. It depends on how bad the Harris campaign wants him to drop out. And I don't know if that's even a good calculation, right? I feel like there's a lot of people, I don't know how many of the people currently voting for Cornell West, and especially the people who will be voting for the newly minted anti-vaxxer Cornell West, right? That would be viable as, that having that choice taken away from them, they would then vote for the Harris ticket, right? I don't see people, in the issues that he's talking about here, being, swayed by his dropping out and even endorsing. And I don't see people that are, whatever else the hell he's into now, including the anti-vax shit, being amenable to Harris. So I don't even know. That might be why that deal was not signed, because that would be fucking sweet if, as flawed as Cornell West's campaign is at this point, he was able to extract a concession from the Harris campaign on Gaza. Like, that would be fucking awesome. Obviously, that did not happen.
Deal, and then when the time comes, if you don't do it, then I'll show the world, look, we made this deal and you went back on it. Or do you think he did the right thing effectively? I'm curious what you guys think of this. Because with RFK, I don't think endorsing Trump makes any sense because he's against him nominally on 70 to 80% of issues, according to his own words and the stuff he says. With Kamala and Cornell West, I don't think they disagree on 70 to 80% of things, right? I don't think they do. I think maybe they disagree on 50 to 60% of things. And he says genocide is the bare minimum moral test and they're failing it. And then it's like, okay, so why not make that the crux of a potential deal, right? Why not? Hey, you have to cut off the weapons to Israel. That's my only condition. And I need it in writing. And then I will, in theory, endorse you in that scenario. And then if you go back on it, I'm going to show the world that you went back on it and then let the chips fall where they may. Or do you think he should have rejected him out of hand? I guess with Cornell West, RFK at his best was polling at 20%. And then towards the end, he was polling at 5%. 5% is nothing to scoff at. It's really not. That can make a decent difference, right? Cornell West is polling at 1% or less. RFK was getting on a decent number of ballots, a shockingly high number of ballots. I didn't think he would have success on getting on almost any of the ballots. Cornell West, I don't think he's doing nearly as well with ballot access either, right? He's got some, but I don't think he's doing nearly as well. So then that begs the question, well, what's your ultimate goal then, Cornell West? And I'm genuinely curious. I'm genuinely asking because I don't think Cornell West at this late date thinks he can win. I think if you asked him at the very beginning when he announced his run, he would have said, I think I could win. I think he would have even said he could win after he left the People's Party and went as a Green, and then he left the Green and went as an independent. Even when the
Okay, well, I mean, we got a good sense of that.
Donald Trump back.
So wait, this is Trump's handlers try to keep him muted. Harris senior advisors blast Trump team over debates. I don't know. I feel like this is kind of what we already saw. See what the Hill has. Wait, I've never seen. What is this?
The debate begin. There's just a little over 2 weeks until Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are set to face off in a critical head-to-head showdown. But it now seems like there are questions if the debate will actually go down. Trump is slamming the network hosting the September event, even hinting in a Truth Social post that he may drop out. We have the Hill's congressional reporter Michael Schnell here to talk about all of this. Michael, let's jump right to this back and forth playing out. What's the latest? What is each side saying?
Yeah, essentially what we're seeing play out right now is the debate about the debates. It's pretty customary when you talk about presidential election cycles when they have these very high stakes primetime debates. The question right now is whether or not to keep the microphones open or not during the debate. We'll remember back during the CNN debate in June that the mics were closed when the other candidate was talking. Trump campaign wants to keep it that way. They want the microphones muted when it's not their turn to speak. The Harris campaign, though, says that they are pushing for the microphones to be left open during this event, noting that during the negotiations for parameters for the debate in June, they were not part of that because technically it was the Biden campaign and not the Harris campaign. So that's their stance right there. Former President Trump was actually asked about this earlier today. He was asked by an NBC News reporter, would you want microphones muted in the debate whenever you're not speaking? His answer was, quote, we agree to the same rules. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. The agreement was that it would be the same as it was last time. In that case, it was muted. So him right there making a push to keep the microphones muted, but also noting it doesn't happen. It doesn't matter to me. This all comes ahead of the September 10th debate. So it's definitely going to be something to keep an eye on to see how this shakes out. And again, the debate before the debates, quite a pastime in Washington.
Certainly a lot of gamemanship going on there. Now, coming out of the convention, polling continues to be favorable for Harris. She's taking a big 7-point lead nationally in a new poll just out over the weekend. What's Harris's team doing to keep this type of momentum going?
Yeah,
yeah, we actually saw a debate with Claudia De La Cruz. For some reason, showed on I think the David Pakman show, and was really impressive. Was like the only one. It wasn't like a Brianna Wu, and oh my god, I'm trying to remember the other person. There was two really sus people, and then there was Claudia De La Cruz.
To be really one of the biggest challenges from now until November. The Harris campaign had that massive boost when the vice president ascended to the top of the ticket following President Biden stepping down. And then they continued that momentum with the selection of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate. And we're seeing that.
So Radar is saying that my mind will be changed and the scales will fall from my eyes if I watch the evidence presented in the documentary, 2,000 Mules, right? You just have to have the proper cult material to be inducted into the world where I see reality through a twisted lens that revolves around Trump. It's all about glazing up the God Emperor Trump.
Be sustained last week.
Yeah, Yuan Jia Zhu says muting helps Trump. I'd expect his campaign to continue. Save him from himself. That's probably more helpful. Yeah, that's probably more helpful than not. But then again, he doesn't want to. He wants to interrupt her.
In Chicago.
He wants to tell people she's not intelligent. He's not listening to the advice that he's getting from his campaign.
Where Democrats gathered for the national convention. So now the big test and the big challenge for Democrats is going to be keeping that momentum up. So the polling remains high. So fundraising continues to funnel in. So volunteers on the ground continue to want to pitch in their help. That is going to be the main challenge really for the Harris campaign, because there's about 2.5 months now until Election Day, which sounds like a lot.
God damn. Okay, whoa, wow, chat. 7-point lead. Now that's just one poll, right? That's not the aggregate. I feel like what was the aggregate? Like 2.8% ahead, or maybe we'll take a look at the. Do you want to take a look at the polls, chat? Shall we? Shall we?
But in Washington, that can go very quick, but it can also be an eternity. So it's going to really be a challenge for the Harris campaign. I suspect she's going to continue to crisscross the nation, holding different events, talking about different issues that are important to the general electorate. But definitely, that is a question that is running through the minds of Harris staffers, I'm sure.
And we've seen this campaign season, basically anything can happen. Now, Harris and Walz head to the battleground state of Georgia this week, a state where Biden barely won in 2020. Democrats say they can do it again in 24, but polls show Trump is ahead. What do Democrats think Harris at the top of the ticket will help them do in Georgia?
Yeah, well, Harris campaign co-chair Mitch Landrieu, he essentially said, quote, "We really think we have a chance to win Georgia." As you mentioned, Georgia has a checkered political history. It's a place that Biden won back in 2020, but then previously had been controlled by Republicans in a few years. But Mitch Landrieu, Harris campaign, really feeling confident here that they have a chance. He said the campaign is, quote, 100% committed to carrying the state. And then he continued saying, quote, "Focused on Georgia, they got new energy when the vice president took over." So right there, it seems like Landrieu thinks that this momentum and enthusiasm and excitement from Harris's ascension to the top of the ticket will trickle down to various states, including Georgia. We're just going to have to see how that shakes out in November.
Switching gears here just a bit.
Again, just to keep us on track, right? There's 6 swing states this year. Probably there might be 7, but most likely most people agree that there's 6, right? You've got the Rust Belt, which is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. You've got the Sun Belt, which is Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, and those are the states that are in play, right? So Harris's core strategy, as I've always mentioned, is to win the Rust Belt. If she wins the Rust Belt, it doesn't matter what happens elsewhere. Trump's strategy is to try to disrupt her in one or more of those states and force her to vie for the other 3 states that are maybe less likely for her to get, that being Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia. So if she does hold solid on the 3 states in the north, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, then she doesn't need to win Georgia. She doesn't need to win Arizona. She doesn't need to win Nevada. But yeah, if she's in a situation where one of those states is lost, then that's when this really comes into play. The question of Georgia, where she's not doing as well as Biden. Obviously won Georgia by a small amount, and same thing with Arizona and Nevada. The question is, will Kamala win those states this time around?
There's an awards gala being held at Trump's New Jersey Golf Club to help pay the legal bills for people who were attacked at the Capitol on January 6th.
Oh God, this is going to be so good. The J6 Awards Gala, chat. If we can watch this somehow. The only thing that sucks is, right, he's been invited to speak, but apparently he's not going to speak. Right? He's holding, his campaign is doing this thing, or he is doing, like, right, this is him. That's doing an awards gala for the victims, red perpetrators of January 6th at his golf club in New Jersey. But I don't think he's going to be there. If he was there, though, that would be the ticket.
Trump is listed as a speaker. All of this, it's drawing heavy criticism.
Yeah, he's not going to speak.
What are Republicans saying about it?
Yeah, we haven't heard from too many Republicans about this, but I will tell you that Lindsey Graham was on the Sunday show circuits over the weekend, and he was asked about this gala and, the possibility of Trump speaking there, and he completely dodged the question. It was something that he would not answer. He was pressed by CNN's Jake Tapper, and he would not give a firm answer on that. Remember, we're currently in recess, so lawmakers are a bit more difficult to get a hold of, so it's harder to press them on these issues. But Lindsey Graham, he's an interesting barometer for how Republicans would react to this, because he is, a close Trump ally. So if he is being apprehensive about answering it, it probably means that there are more folks behind the scenes who are not too thrilled with it.
All right, now this didn't take long at all. House Republicans are investigating Vice President Harris and Governor Walz, moving on from their probes on Biden. Michael, what specifically are they looking at?
Yeah, well, one thing just overall.
Okay, am I the weird one here, or is the blonde woman giving weird vibes? Like a stilted... It feels like she's trying to do, like, straight news from, like, a time long forgotten. Like she's in this weird news mode where she's like, right, and this other woman is just like chill. She's just like answering the questions like a normal person. I'm sorry, chat. I'm noticing weird things.
That we've been hearing a lot of House Republicans now talk about the Biden-Harris administration, or say Harris and not focusing so much on Biden, which remember is a change because for the past year and a half, House Republicans have been investigating the Biden administration, the Biden family finances, really every aspect in detail about the president, that all culminating in their impeachment inquiry, the report of which was released last week. Now we're seeing sort of a shift in rhetoric. We're seeing House Republicans really lean in on Vice President Kamala Harris. One of those areas is immigration. We'll remember that the Biden administration had tapped the vice president to be involved and take the lead on, immigration, the situation at the southern border area, aspects under that large umbrella. So Republicans are now turning back to that. They've called her the border czar a number of times, a title that the White House has pushed back on. So expect to hear a lot more about immigration in the lead up to November when we listen to criticisms from House Republicans.
And Democrats really along the way just saying this is a pointless exercise, a fishing expedition. Now back to the latest campaign headlines. RFK Jr. is out of the presidential race and has thrown his support behind Trump. He also spent part of the weekend embracing the term Maga. We all know that's Make America Great Again on social media. What did he have to say exactly about this phrase, this Maga movement overall?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I can't take it.
I'm just going to read you the quote right there because it's interesting. He said, quote, "Make America Great Again recalls a nation brimming with vitality, with a can-do spirit, with hope and a belief in itself. It was an America that was beginning to confront its darker shadows, could acknowledge the injustice in its past and present, yet at the same time could celebrate its successes." So an interesting statement right there from RFK Jr. It's going to be really fascinating to see how the suspension of his campaign and him throwing his support behind Trump changes the dynamics in the 2024 race. RFK Jr.'s support had dwindled over previous months. He was polling at a pretty significant level for a third-party candidate, but that has since decreased. There are a lot of questions of if RFK Jr. supporters will follow Trump in endorsing.
Now, so chat, as far as like who's gonna run potentially in 2028, I feel like RFK Jr. is a good candidate, and my guess is the way that he's playing his cards, he might want to run in 2028 as a Republican. I wouldn't be surprised. He could always try to run as an independent again, but he's going to be kind of tainted by this, right? This is going to change the kind of person that he can appeal to. It's going to restrict who he can appeal to. It's going to make it easier for him to appeal to, reactionaries and right wingers, and it's going to make harder for him to appeal to. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see a lot of his like left-wing positions just drop away, because his future, if he has one, and he's a young guy according to the standard of politicians. He's a sprightly young lad, and so he could be back around in 4 years easily.
And I think that
easily.
There's some skepticism because let's not forget a lot of RFK Jr.
It says she is on the ballot. Wait, who is on the ballot in New Mexico?
Jr. supporters were folks who were disenchanted by former President Trump and President Biden beforehand, and now Vice President Kamala Harris. It was sort of seen as a protest vote, the double haters as they were called. So I don't think that folks should jump to the conclusion that they will now follow in Trump's footsteps and support they will follow in RFK Jr.'s footsteps and support Trump. There was an analysis by the New York Times over the weekend that said that Trump could benefit about 1% in battleground states across the country. Not such a high number. It could be significant in a state where the two candidates are very closely divided, but New York Times saying don't expect a large bump or boost for former President Trump with the endorsement of RFK Jr.
All right, let's talk a little bit more about this endorsement, what's happening. The Kennedy family is unloading on their brother, RFK Jr., for his endorsement of Trump. What impact will Kennedy supporting Trump have on the race? Let's talk about it a little bit more. And how does his family essentially trashing this decision play into it all?
Yeah, well, the Kennedy family criticism isn't exactly new, right? We have heard this from some family members since RFK Jr. threw his hat in the race, in the ring, since he was continuing his campaign. So this was sort of the culmination of it with him coming out and endorsing former President Trump. The impact it'll have on the race, that aspect, probably not too much because, as I said, we've known about the family criticism for a while. It just doesn't really help the image of RFK Jr. and really doesn't help the cause of former President Trump having criticism of being targeted at somebody who just endorsed his campaign. But at the end of the day, I don't think that the family's criticism is going to play too much of a role in results come November.
All right, it's coming up quickly. The sprint towards Election Day is on. We have just 71 days until Election Day on November 5th.
Like, I want to know, what time capsule did she jump out of, right? Like, she is not from 2024. She's like from 1975, or she is from like 1984. There's no way that this woman is from 2024. Like, get real.
Michael, you are doing solid reporting on key races to watch. What are some of the top congressional races that you're tracking?
Yeah, well, look, the House races are really important this cycle.
If RFK Jr. runs as a Republican president in 2028, says Medal, Republicans will lose support from Cubans, because Cubans hate the Kennedys in the same way that Vietnamese people hate Joe Biden.
Because the House is completely up for grabs, as is the Senate. They're both very closely divided. Democrats just have to pick up 4 seats, net 4 seats, in order to take control of the chamber. And the Democrats are confident they'll be able to achieve that. Republicans, on the other hand, are saying that they will expand their majority, which of course we know right now is razor thin. So I looked at 5 races where this is really going to come down to. The first one, New York's 22nd congressional district. That's where we're seeing Congressman Brandon Williams, an incumbent Republican, being taken on by Democratic State Senator John Mannion. Another interesting race, Washington's 3rd congressional district, where Congresswoman Marie Gluskamp Perez is up against Republican Joe Kent. Once again, this is a rematch from a race that happened in 2022 when Gluskamp Perez narrowly defeated Joe Kent. Joe Kent is endorsed by former President Trump. Next race, New York 17. This one's interesting because it's between a former congressman and a current congressman, Congressman Mondaire Jones, who was voted out of his seat back in the 2022 midterms. He's on a comeback bid for his old perch in Congress. He's trying to take out Congressman Mike Lawler, a Republican, in that race. Then there's Pennsylvania's 8th congressional district. That's where we have Congressman Matt Cartwright. He's up against, he's a Democrat, up against Republican Rob Bresnahan. And then finally, Michigan's 17th congressional district. This is where Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin is now no longer running for the seat. She vacated the seat so she could run for Senate. So there are 2 former Michigan state senators running, Tom Barrett, a Republican, and Curtis Hurdle Jr., a Democrat. That, according to Cook Political Report, is a toss-up. So these are just 5 of several races that are very close and could determine the House majority. But nonetheless, there are a lot of races to keep an eye on, because whoever wins the presidential race is going to want to have control of the House and Senate to be able to really have that trifecta and get things done, which is why these down ballot races are just so crucial come November.
Crucial and certainly close, like you said. Now let's look at the Senate. There's another hotly contested race. We have Senator Jon Tester up for re-election in Montana, where he's fighting off GOP challenger Tim Sheehy, a retired Navy SEAL. Native American voters remain a crucial voting demographic in that state. Michael, talk about how they are influencing this race.
Yeah, this cohort of voters, the Native American community, is expected to play a key role in this race. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on. And, you know, when you talk about Montana, this is going to be really key when you talk about Senate control next year. And again, the Senate is up for grabs. It's very closely divided. The Montana Senate seat is basically one of Republicans' best pickup opportunities. They have Jon Tester is the incumbent there. He's a very vulnerable incumbent, and he is running against Mr. Sheehy, who is trying to take him out of that seat. It's expected that Native American communities are going to play a key role in this race. And again, any small issue in this race is going to be important because the election is so crucial to control of the Senate. So that's absolutely something to keep an eye on come November.
Like you said, Tester is certainly vulnerable. The Hill's Michael Schnell, congressional reporter at The Hill. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Israel and Hezbollah both pulling back Monday after exchanging a series of strikes over the weekend that threatened an all-out war in the region.
So let's take a look now at the matchup, right? I promised I'd do this, right? This is Real Clear Politics. Let's see what I'm showing here. Yeah, this is Real Clear Politics. They aggregate polls, right? So they have this thing called the RCP average, which is the polls that they consider legit, kind of like averaged together with maybe some weight placed on more recent polls. Not sure exactly how they do it, but they basically aggregate an average here. And that is, it's usually a pretty solid number, right? So what we see today from the 31st of July to the 25th of August, we see an average of Harris at 48.4, Trump at 46.9. That is a 1.5 percentage lead for Harris. And now you can see some of these polls, right? to get an idea of what we're looking at. Rasmussen is here. A lot of people don't trust Rasmussen. And as you can see, it is literally the outlier. Literally the outlier. The most recent Trump lead and the largest Trump lead is shown by Rasmussen reports, which, you know, they have a video apparently about this poll where they're bragging about it, and they're saying why they think that they're right and everyone else is wrong. But we did see a poll mentioned where Harris had a 7-point lead. That's probably the largest lead I've seen so far. Again, these are leads in terms of the overall general election. It is possible for a candidate to win the popular vote and to lose the electoral vote, as happened in 2000 and again in 2016. So here we have the rolling average going way back to when Biden was still in the race, right? And what you see here is we can take it all the way back to, what is there a date here? Like February of 2024. And like this whole time, Trump's been ahead. You had, I mean, like, this is weird, right? You're seeing both candidates dropping in support. I don't know if that represents like a third party candidate becoming prominent. That's pretty weird, but you still have Trump, you know, in control the whole time. Go up to June. We get into late June and we start to see Trump pull away. And then we see Biden withdraw. So this is all the Kamala Harris. These are all the Kamala Harris numbers. She comes in and she's down right off the bat by 1.7%. And it takes her exactly, let's see, July 21st. Wait. That's July 21st. So this is July 23rd. July 23rd to August 4th. It takes her until August 4th to pass Trump. And ever since then, she's not only been ahead, but she's been pulling away. Now, this isn't a huge difference. Remember, look, we see the overall positive and negative. It's down here in less than 2%, right? So it's not a huge amount. There is a definite chance that were the election to be held today with these kind of numbers, you could see the Electoral College still go to Trump, even with these numbers. But it is the biggest lead that she has held, and honestly, the only lead that the Democrats have held since like October or September of last year. Yeah, and again, look at this. Look at this. The further you go back, the more red you see. The further you go forward, the more blue you see. This is a trend. And that's what's important, is that this confirms the trend of Harris up and Trump down. So let's take a look at some of the battleground states really quickly. We got Arizona here with an RCP average of Trump plus 0.2. That is very close, right? We have Rasmussen, as always, giving Trump a lead. We have New York Times Siena with Harris in the lead by 5, actually. Trafalgar Group. Oh, God. So, chat, look. These two polls, Rasmussen and Trafalgar, I would throw out. Like, these two polls are in the tank for Trump. And if you throw them out, then you actually see Kamala Harris ahead in Arizona. And looks like it's a very tenuous lead. So it is Trump slightly ahead. Wait, it's the average. Yeah, slightly ahead right now. August 16th shows Harris ahead by the same amount. But like I said, because we're including like two really dodgy polls, right? The most recent poll and the third most recent poll are polls I would not trust. I would say that it kind of looks like Harris has the lead here. Let's take a look at Georgia. Georgia's looking better for Trump. We have an average of Trump ahead by 1 point. You only see one poll, this is PPP, that has Harris ahead by 1. But yeah, it's still very close. A lot of people have them tied. 3 polls in the past month have them tied. Okay, so we got Georgia, we got Arizona. Let's see if we can find Nevada. Let's do Nevada. Trump plus 1.4. Right, we got Rasmussen in there. We got Trafalgar again. I don't know. Now this one's a slightly bigger lead for Trump, which is weird because I feel like I've seen some positive polls for Harris in Nevada from other sources, but the polls that they're showing here, we've only got the Bloomberg Morning Consult poll, and yeah, that's the only poll that's showing her ahead. You even have some pretty big leads with this Insider Advantage poll at plus 10%. But yeah, Trump ahead. I wonder why they don't have the ticker. Anyway, there's Nevada, so Georgia, Nevada have Trump in the lead. Arizona has Trump in the lead by 0.2. Let's take a look at the Rust Belt, right? These states are the key strategy for Kamala. So in Georgia, we see Trump up by a total of 1. We see a lot of ties and only one poll showing Harris in the lead. Wait, why am I looking at Georgia again? Sorry, I was trying to go for... Let's start with Wisconsin. All right, so in Wisconsin, different story altogether. We have an average right now of Harris ahead by 1 point. Again, it's not very close. There's some polls that show them tied. There is a few, there's one recent poll that shows Trump ahead, right? So it's definitely not certain, but yeah, you do see Harris coming out here to a lead. Let's take a look at Michigan. Michigan looking way better. You've even got one that has Harris ahead by 11, but an average of Harris plus 2. So Michigan looking strong for Harris. Let's see if there's some chance after that DNC speech it might not it might go down somewhat, but then we've got Pennsylvania. And right now, chat, if you're just going with the RCP averages and you are willing to take Rasmussen reports and Trafalgar Group as credible polls, right, then you would have Trump winning the election. Again, I don't trust these polls. And I think on the basis of this alone, it probably shows a slight advantage for Kamala. But yeah, their averages have Trump, and it's only, oh my God, you actually have 2 states. This one was a tie on August 16th, and the other state had Harris ahead by 0.2 on the 16th. So yeah, you might, like, it's a very fluid situation. Right, so no, is the election over? No. Harris is up considerably in the national polls. But if you actually look at the state polls, according to RCP, Trump has a ever so slight advantage. But yeah, that shows you that being ahead by 1 in the popular vote does not mean that you will win the Electoral College. So it's by no means a done deal. The producers pulled 2,000 Mules. Is that the Dinesh D'Souza pulled 2,000 Mules distribution because it had been completely debunked? Nice. I think, yeah, Dinesh D'Souza. Dinesh D'Souza. That's right. So there you have it. There you have it. A very, very close race indeed. Let's look at favorability. So this is the RCP poll and their aggregate, right? We see Kamala Harris underwater by 3%. I'm trying to find the Trump one. Yeah, their site's a little bit hard to navigate. Yeah, I guess the thing to note about this Kamala favorability poll is that it's trending upwards. Right, the further back you look, the more red you see. The further forward you look, the more black you see. And indeed, the trend line also shows that. There we go, Donald Trump. What? What? Oh, there we go. I'm like, wait, there's no information on this. So yeah, average of 8.7. So she's underwater by 3 points. He's underwater by 8.7 points. And some of these polls have him up pretty high. If we look at favorable unfavorability, he looks to be on a upward trend, although he's been higher in terms of favorability. This is April 7th. Wow. What's up with that? Right, that's not the shooting, right? The shooting is like here? Or no, it's like the shooting is... Wait, oh my god, wait, what is... Oh shit, this is multiple years. This is multiple years, I'm sorry. I didn't realize what I was looking at. So yeah, like July the 30th is around the time of the shooting. That's when his favorability got better. And then this past time, or this other time was 2022. So yeah, and somehow in 2022, he had better ratings than he does now. And then we go back here to what, 2021. Oh shit! Look at that! Look at that massive This is after January 6th. Look, January 7th, January 19th, January 15th. Right? Look at that peak. That's peak. That's some peak unfavorability right after. Where does this go all the way back to 2015? Okay. So nobody really knows. Very low favorability. Very. Oh no, that's unfavorable. Okay, so God, so his unfavorability, look at that, comes down. Goes back up. What is this? This is December. Okay, so it's like December, the year before he's inaugurated. That's where he has his like lowest unfavorability, highest favorability. Then it gets worse. And that's kind of what you expect, right, from a president, that they'll start off with some popularity and they'll lose it. Anyway, that is the unfavorability, favorability. The margin of error is 2.6 says Izzy. That's an important thing to know. They do give their sample size, but I'm not seeing margin of error. Error. They also show like this day in history. Like, so on this day in history, Biden was up by 3.5. Clinton was up in Wisconsin by 11.5. Yeah, Clinton this year, 2016, ends up losing the state by the popular vote, right? So it is it's a very good poll number for her in the August before the election, considering that she ends up losing it. But Izzy, where are you getting this from?
There's Trump and there's Harris. But how's the other guy doing? Welcome to the Real Clear Quick Take. It's been 10 months since Robert F. Kennedy Jr. left the Democratic Party to run for president as an independent. Since then, he slid from 16.7% to under 5% in the RCP national average, taking a particularly large hit in the week since Kamala Harris stepped in to replace Joe Biden as the Democrats' nominee. The odds of a third-party candidate winning the White House have always been low. But his presence in the race may still be enough to shift the balance in a few of this year's most important battleground states. In Michigan and Wisconsin, where Harris currently leads Trump in the two-way race, the addition of Kennedy gives her a small boost. In Nevada and Georgia, the opposite is
So they mean taking Kennedy out gives Trump a boost.
true. The addition of RFK Jr. gives Trump a boost.
Wait. I'm just trying to make sure I know exactly what they mean. Yeah, the addition of RFK, meaning meaning the like that's not how I would say it. Like RFK dropping out is how I would say it. RFK dropping out gives Kamala a boost in these states, and RFK dropping out gives Trump a boost in the other states.
In Arizona and Pennsylvania, however, current polls show the addition of Kennedy draws enough votes away from Trump to tip the state in Harris's favor. Get all the
Wait, I'm sorry. Let me make sure I know exactly what they're saying there. That's interesting.
leads Trump in the two-way race. The addition of Kennedy gives her a small boost. In Nevada and Georgia, gives her a small boost. Leads Trump in the two-way race. The addition of Kennedy gives her a small boost. In Nevada and Georgia, the opposite is true. The addition of RFK Jr. gives Trump a boost. In Arizona and Pennsylvania, however, current polls show the addition of Kennedy draws enough votes away from Trump to tip the state in Harris's favor.
Okay, so with Kennedy in the race, Harris would be ahead. That's what they're saying. God damn.
Get all the latest polls at realclearpolling.com.
They made that way more complicated than it needed to be. Chat, shall we venture into the fever swamps? That's my question to you. Here, let's take a look at the poll first and see if I've got everything added up like I should. So it looks like chat is voting 51% for the new FD signifier video called The Online Left. We've got 13% of people supporting What If Halt Hist's latest abomination of a video. We've got 9% of you supporting Make Your Dog Frickin' Immortal, and 27% of you supporting the Elon diaper situation. We are 43% of the way towards the dono goal, which is 57%, sorry, 43% of towards the dono goal, which is 57% from the dono goal. Here, let's everybody get into the same chat. How about that? How about if we combine chats at this point? But yeah, like, look, okay, so if I add up 51% for FD signifier and 37, oh my God, chat. So it's 50, FD signifier is actually in the lead right now, but only by 1%. Right? What if alt hist has got 37% added to it? It was Farron Cousins that said that? Oh, you're saying that RFK only suspended his campaign, not dropped out? Yeah, so my understanding is of what he's trying to do is maybe stay on the ballot in states where he helps Trump or hurts Kamala, and then drop out from the states where he hurts Trump. That was my understanding. But yeah, chat, it's time to come over. If you are in the shorts chat, you're gonna merge into the big chat. So I'll see you there. See you up the trail. All right, so look,